Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please get seated, and we finally, I think, got everything up and running. Thank you, Ross.
Aaron did it. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Oh my gosh.
All right, I think we've got everything going now. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Tom Seeger. Here. Kenneth Ress. Here. Nelwyn McInnes. Here. Bernie Willie. Todd Richard. Here. Dave Doherty.
Here.
Patrick Fitzmaurice. Here. Weldon Crawford. Here. Kirk Drum. Here. Ron Randolph. Here. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission meeting of March the 3rd. We call the order. Please silence all phones and electronic devices. If you wish to appeal an item, you disagree with the decision the commission renders, you can appeal it to the council, and the appeal papers are over on my right on the podium over there. Speaker cards, if you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card so that we have record of who's speaking, and also an address if something comes up that we need to get in contact with you. Public speaking, 10 minutes each side and 5 minutes for rebuttal. And after your case is heard, you're welcome to stay in the area here, but if you go out into the lobby, please don't talk because the sound reverberates back in here. Please rise for the invocation and the pledge.
Gracious Father, once again we come to you to say thank you for your grace and mercy. Lord, even for your favor, for allowing us to experience this day. You brought us safe to this meeting. Lord, we ask that you bless this meeting, bless each commissioner, bless those that's in our audience, bless our employees that serve this parish, our leadership as well. And Lord, we ask that you also be with all of our military personnel, veterans, law enforcement officers, firefighters, and medical personnel, and provide them with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding they need, Lord, to continue to bless us. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, in your packet, you had the February minutes. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. We need a motion to approve. Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Fitzmaurice to approve. Commissioner Randolph. Second by Commissioner Randolph. Please vote.
Mr. Doherty.
It finally came up.
The motion to approve has passed.
Thank you. All right, election of officers, we did that last month, and it was just put back on the agenda in error. Postponing of cases. Staff?
We don't have any requests, Mr. Chairman.
No requests to postpone. Public hearings. It appears zoning change request cases, application for the proposed change of zoning district or amendments to the land use ordinance requiring review and recommendation of approval by the zoning commission before action by the parish council are as follows. First item is 2019-1745-ZC. Existing zoning is NC4, Neighborhood Institutional District. Proposed zoning is HC2, Highway Commercial District. It's 0.47 acres. Petitioners No Limit Investments LLC, Casey Cole. The owner is No Limit Investments LLC, Casey Cole. Location, parcel located on the west side of Louisiana 1090, also known as Military Road, north of Brown Switch Road, being lots 39 and 40, Ozone Pine subdivision, also known as 61027 Louisiana 1090, Slidell, Ward 9, District 9. Staff?
The petition site is flanked by property zone NC4 on the north, south, and east sides and abuts a residential neighborhood zoned A3 to the west. The purpose of the A4 zoning designation is to allow for commercial uses that abut residential neighborhoods. In contrast, the HC2 highway commercial zoning designation will allow for uses that are more intense. Because of this, staff is opposed to the requested HC2 zoning designation.
Thank you. Is Ms. Cole in the audience? Please come forward and
I'd
tell
like
us.
to request we table this tonight.
Pardon?
I'd like to request we table this tonight. Last month when we were here, we were supposed to have a meeting with the neighborhood, which didn't happen. So we've been talking to them in the back, and we'd like to do that before we come into a meeting.
How many's here on this case? Please raise your hand. That's, how many's here against this? So the folks that raise their hand, you're in support of changing this zoning?
No, sir, we're in support of tabling it, so we have time to meet with our representative.
Well, Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was supposed to be a community meeting, correct?
Correct. I think Mardi Gras interfered with it.
Okay, I know some folks showed up here. I believe it was the councilman wanted to move that meeting to Slidell. And so there was some confusion, and it sounds like that didn't occur. So if there are no objections from anyone in the audience to postponing it, that would probably be a good idea. And we don't see any, so I'll move to postpone 1 month.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Richard to postpone. Commissioner Seeger.
Second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Seeger. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Dave?
It's just coming up slow.
The motion to postpone for 1 month has passed.
Okay. This, Helen,
This request is postponed by the petition.
right. Yeah, this request was by the petitioner. Helen, do you have a date?
Oh, well, I hope they're having a community meeting. They're handling it themselves.
Excuse me, sir.
That's even better.
Do you- Helen,
Yes, sir.
do you have a date for the location in Slidell for a community meeting?
No, I do not. When I spoke to the councilman, he informed me that he was gonna schedule the date and the time.
Well, the folks have asked for a community meeting.
Okay.
And the ones that were here for it were in agreement. So I will get with Councilman Smith after the meeting and let him know that we're going to have a community meeting. But we need to get the meeting set at the building there in Slidell. Not the Towers building, but the one on Military Road.
Yeah, the date would normally be the 17th of March. Hopefully everyone have filled out a speaker card so we can be in touch with them.
Okay? All right. We'll get the word out one way or the other.
There are no speaker cards for that case.
They worked it out amongst themselves, but I got you.
All right, next item is 2019-1751-ZC. The existing zoning is A1 Suburban District, A1A Suburban District, A3 Suburban District, I1 Industrial District. Proposed zoning is A4 Single Family Residential. It's 83.51 acres. Petitioner is Jones Fussell LLP, Jeffrey Shane. Owner is St. Tammany Land Company LLC, Point of an Interest LLC, PF Monroe Properties LLC, and Marco Interest LLC. Parcel located on the south side of Dove Park Road, west of Tammany Trace and Louisiana 59, Mandeville, Ward 4, District 5. Staff?
2019-1751 and 2019-1752 are concurrent cases. Can we hear those together?
Pardon? I'm sorry.
This case and the next case, which is a request for the PUD, are concurrent cases. Can we hear those together?
This is true. Let me read it into the record. Item 3 is 2019-1752. It's existing zoning's A4 residential. Proposed zoning is A4 residential and PUD, Planned Unit Development Overlay. It's 83.51 acres. Petitioners Jones Fussell LLP, Jeff Shane. Owner is St. Tammany Land Company LLC, Point of an Interest LLC, PF Monroe Properties LLC, and Markel Interest LLC. Parcel located on the south side of Dove Park Road, west of Tammany Trace, and Louisiana 59, being 83.51 acres. Mandeville, Ward 4, District 5. This will be heard together, but will be voted on separately. Right?
Can I object to that?
Pardon me?
We would prefer the people that have shown up tonight to speak, we prefer that those two be heard separately, so that we get 10 minutes for each, because they're two very distinctly different zoning requests.
Okay, we'll get it handled. All right, Mr. Shane, staff, do y'all have any comments?
For 1751, we just want to note that the applicant's proposing to change the zoning from A1, A2, A1A, A3, I1, and A4. The petition site is adjacent to approved residential PUD with an A4 underlying zoning designation. A zoning change from the current partial I1 industrial districts would allow for more compatible uses on Dove Park Road. Staff does have concern about the potential increase in density that the A4 zoning district will bring to the area, but considering that most of Dove Park Road is currently developed with residential uses at a lower density.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shane.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Jeff Shane. I'm with the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I represent Dove Park Development, LLC, which consists of two principals, Mr. Kelly McHugh, who's with me this evening, and his partner, Gary Intravia. They're the prospective purchasers and developers of this tract. I would like to, I guess, begin and ask that you, since we're going to only hear the A4 case at this time, is that correct?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, because if we don't get the zoning, then we don't go with the PUD, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I'd understood that you would always vote on them separately, but
Yes.
that's fine. I'm happy to proceed however the commission directs. So in that regard, where I'd like to start this evening, in your staff report, but also in the handouts that I provided to you, I think it's helpful to take a look at the graphic of the existing zoning of the property. So that's the sheet that I've given you that's multicolored, because I think it's important for you to know and understand the breakdown of the zones on this tract. And I think in brief summary, you'll see that we have A1A on the east side along the trace, a very small portion, about 2%. We have some A3, which is approximately 23%, and that's in the yellow color just south of Dove Park Road. Just south of it, more of a beige color, we have, again, 23% of A1. The green area on the south side of Dove Park Road is A2. It represents around 3%. And then the purple represents industrial, and it is approximately 41.6 acres, 49% of the tract, the overall tract being 83 plus acres. So My client's intent, as discussed with you last month and also at the community meeting, is to acquire this parcel and develop it as a single-family residential subdivision. We seek an A4 underlying zone. We would not develop this tract as A4 without the PUD component because the desirability to develop this tract, in our view, depends on having a PUD so that we can present the amenities that go with the PUD. Those amenities and green space not only make the project more compatible, in our view, with the corridor and the surrounding area, the neighbors, but it also provides a much nicer development for the people that would live within the subdivision. In that regard, I would suggest that we take a look at the staff report. And I think it's interesting to note that as it relates to surrounding land use and zoning, staff brings to your attention that on the north side of Dove Park Road, it is residential and undeveloped, the same as this tract, and it includes a PUD development overlay. Also to the south side of this tract, again, undeveloped, including a PUD overlay as well, and that's the Cotton Creek development. And the overall Cotton Creek, which you have seen as a zoning commission, and I believe have approved the PUD as to phase one, the overall is approximately 550 units on 220 acres, or a density of around 2.5 lots per acre. My point is that the current land use that's been approved on the north and south of this tract is very consistent with the land use that we seek, and hence we seek the A4. The other comment I would make as it relates to the A4 is that through the yield formula that the code requires, an A4 development would allow as many as 250 units on this 83-acre tract. When we go through the PUD hearing a little later this evening, you will see that we are only asking for a little less than 74% of that 250 max, or a density of 185 units, which actually computes to 2.22 units per acre. I think that it is important to note that in our view, the requested change to A4 not only facilitates the development that we would like to place at this location, but we believe that the removal of 49% of this tract as an industrial tract also is a significant development as it relates to the integrity of the corridor and the neighborhood that's currently in place. The industrial zoning would clearly allow for the creation of an industrial park with a variety of industrial uses that would also include industrial traffic. And for those reasons, we're not suggesting that industrial uses or industrial traffic is a bad thing, but I'm not sure it's a good thing at that particular location. And I think that you're going to hear this evening that a lot of people have concerns about the quality of development, the type of development, and the quality of traffic that the development would bring to this location. So I would only suggest that maybe one of the attributes, if this commission were to recommend a change of zoning to A4 and later in the other hearing to a PUD, would be the elimination of this industrial site. I think I would also, it's a little awkward because I had intended to have both matters in one hearing, but I think I would like to make these comments that are not necessarily pertinent to the PUD. Common sense would tell me, based on our meeting of last month and our community meeting of 2 weeks ago, that you will hear a lot of discussion this evening, questions and concerns about traffic and drainage. I would only like to suggest to the commission, I don't think it's my job to tell the commission what you should or should not consider, but I would suggest to the commission that I do not believe in your consideration of a change of zoning that the literal issues of traffic and drainage are before you. And I say that only because you understand as a planning commission that if this project were to go forward at preliminary subdivision hearing, you will have an opportunity and we will be required to produce the documents that the code requires as it relates to traffic and drainage. That's not my way of suggesting that those might not be, for most in the room, the most important issues about this project. But it is my way of saying that it is unfair, in my view, in looking at the code and what the criteria is, when you are determining the compatibility of this suggested zoning change. I do not believe it's appropriate tonight to use the traffic and drainage issues because we simply don't know what those studies will produce. We understand that it will be the developer's obligation to meet those standards when we come to you as a planning commission. I think last but not least, I would just like to say that as noted in the staff report, the project meets the general requirements of the 2025 future land use plan. I believe that the zoning that is suggested is compatible, particularly as it relates to the land use to the north and south of the project. And I believe that this underlying zoning will provide an opportunity for you to consider a PUD later this evening that is well-designed and meets the needs not only of the developer and those that would live in the subdivision, but would hopefully be highly complementary in every way to those that live in the Dove Park corridor. Thank you for your time, and I'll be glad to address any questions later in the evening as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Yes. Right. Okay, let's do that. Commissioner Richard?
I'll make a comment quickly. We've always heard these cases together, the zoning request and the PUD. Quite frankly, we would not approve one without the other, ever. If the concern is that there's a 10-minute limitation, I understand that. Let's make it 20. But it makes no sense for us to just talk about one item when we wouldn't consider the other without. So I'd like to continue, Mr. Shane, unless there's an objection from our commissioners to hear, and we'll allow 20 minutes, so you'll have plenty of time to speak. Mr. Shane, would you continue, please?
Let's see. So maybe what I would like to do at this point, as I present and discuss with you the PUD, let's take a look at the other two handouts that I provided you this evening. And I think maybe the first one that we'll look at is the lot clearing detail, because I think this is an important element of the PUD. To my knowledge, this is the only developer and development that has ever proposed this type of condition to be included in the PUD. So this lot clearing detail, which is no different than what we had last month and also presented and discussed at the community meeting, ensures that none of these lots or none of this land will be clear cut. There was grave concern by Councilman Toledano that this property might be clear cut. And we assured him that was not our intention, but by making this lot clearing detail exhibit a part of the PUD, I would just emphasize to you that if you'll look at the notes in the lower left corner, it prohibits the clear cutting of the lots. It restricts the clearing of hardwoods that are 6 inches in diameter or greater. And it assures that if there are no hardwoods in the front sector of each lot, that a minimum of 2 hardwoods will be planted, and it gives the specification, 35-gallon, 4 to 6 feet tall. We think that's very significant. It not only assures us that this is going to be the utmost of a green PUD, but it also tells us that there's going to be an emphasis to either preserve hardwoods and or plant hardwoods, which is not necessarily a suggestion that pine trees are bad, but I think all of us have had experiences with pine trees, and certain pines near homes can often be trouble. I think what this is going to tell us is that if pine trees must be removed either at the time that the homes are built, or if those trees have to be removed later, we're going to still know that hopefully we have a truly green community and have plenty of greenscape on each developed lot. The other handout that I have given you is the PUD plan, no different than what's in your packet. But let's take a few minutes, because when we came to you last month, you may remember there were probably 6 or 8 open items that staff asked about in the staff report as it relates to things that maybe we had not been clear about or things that we had not demonstrated or shown to show to be code compliant. You'll notice in the staff report this month, there are no such items. It's our hope and belief that we have answered all of those questions. And so looking at our PUD, and we'll start at the top along Dove Park Road, please note that we have a 50-foot green space buffer along and inside Dove Park Road. Now, that will be from the property line, which is flagged if any of you have been out there, and extends, of course, to the south in what is already a wooded, underbrushed area. This development will include 185 units or lots, 159 of which the specimen are 70 by 120. There are also 26 garden homes, and those are in the areas you'll see that are pods with the light green color. Those are typically on building envelope sizes of 45 by 70, but they are surrounded by green space so that the garden homes in any particular pod have that additional green space around them. Please note the stormwater detention area, or the pond, in the sort of northeasterly corner near Dove Park Road. That obviously will be the principal pond where we will have collect and force, if you will, all of the runoff in the subdivision into that pond. And as a general proposition, that water will go north under Dove Park and eventually get into the Ponchatoula Creek. I think it's important to note that the pond, of course, is the vehicle that will be used in order to reduce the rate of runoff 25% below the pre-developed condition, its current condition, once the track is fully developed. And very interestingly, again, another feature that I have never seen or heard a developer or development include in its PUD is the offer and assurance that the detention pond will be constructed first so that all of the waters during construction of the infrastructure will be able to be collected, run into that pond, filtered accordingly, so that we'll have a functional drainage system, in essence, from day one. So rather than worrying about if and when, or if the pond's going to be last before we come to you to seek final, this developer is going to put the detention pond in first. A couple other important notes. There are nearly 30 acres of green space open area. That is 36% of this 83-acre project. Also, this project has the unique ability and opportunity to attach to the Tammany Trace. It runs along the eastern border. You can see the connector that we've developed between lots 129 and 130. We think this will provide excellent recreation opportunity for families that live in our subdivision or families that are coming to see people that live in the subdivision. So we've tried to incorporate the trace in every way. I would also bring to your attention that in accordance with good planning standards, we have provided a stub out on the west side of the subdivision and also to the south side of the subdivision. That's so that if and when properties to the west or south are ever developed, there will at least be an opportunity to have the subdivisions connect so people can travel, if you will, within the subdivisions and not be forced to necessarily get on the public road to go to a neighboring subdivision. I think this could be particularly important if and when what I guess I'll refer to as the Cotton Creek project, if in fact it develops and incorporates the possibility of developing a road along the southern boundary of this tract that would connect to Highway 59. Please understand that that cut that we have left would then provide an access point directly for Dove Park Ridge to Highway 59 without using Dove Park. When we come to you for preliminary subdivision approval, as I stated at the last public hearing, we will not only have presented a traffic impact analysis study to your staff for their comment to you, but we also will include the anticipated volume of traffic for Dove Park Estates, which of course is the proposed subdivision on the north side. That's something that we talked about, and that's something that we will include, even though that was not technically within the scope that was given to us by the parish. We think it's only appropriate that the proposed vehicles from that proposed development be incorporated, because that's actually going to be the impact to this area. We have also provided 2 separate entranceways on Dove Park Road with a nice circular connection within the subdivision. Those entranceways are nearly 850 to 900 feet apart. This will provide not only convenience for disbursement of vehicles, but it will also provide safety opportunity in the event one of those entranceways were to be blocked temporarily with a fallen tree or some other situation that might make it difficult to get out. I would like to close in emphasizing a few of the comments that were made in the staff report as it relates to the PUD. And that is in the staff comments, and I read, the 2025 Future Land Use Plan designates the site to be developed as a planned district with single-family residential uses and a focus on conservation and contiguity among adjacent developments. Hopefully, most of the things I've talked to you about this evening literally has a focus on conservation. 30 acres or 36% of this development. Contiguity among adjacent developments. The connection to the trace, the stub out to the south, to the proposed Cotton Creek, and the stub out to the west as well. As mentioned earlier, this A4 PUD will be less than 74% of what the maximum A4 density would allow. And I would close by saying that please remember, in considering both of these cases this evening, that this is a case about land use. This is not a planning case before you this evening. Hopefully you will agree that the proposed land use is not only compatible, but would be a betterment or beneficial to all as it relates to the type of land use that we propose. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. All right, we've got, I'm going to start with a speaker card from Steve Liguori.
Mr. Chairman, is there any way that we could have a lead speaker prior to
Sure.
individual civilians?
Have a what?
A lead speaker. Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Lead off speaker,
Yeah,
if you will.
fine.
Instead of lead speaker. All right, thank you guys so much, Mr. Fitzmaurice, Mr. Richard, board. Thank you so much for hearing us today. My name is Kyle Berthelot. I'm an attorney for Richards, Higdon, Hugo & Company, LLC. I'm here today, not necessarily in my capacity as an attorney, but as a concerned citizen, and with regard to my good friends Steve and Taylor Chun. Thank you for letting me speak first. I did just watch Mr. Shane's time go by like that, so I'm going to kind of generalize some of our points to try to make this as concise as possible. Okay, so you guys don't have to hear the nuances, so that you do get a chance to hear the nuances from the public themselves, and not just from me blabbering on and on. All right, again, thank you so much for hearing me out. One of the primary things that I did want to speak about tonight is I understand this is not the Planning Commission meeting, right? And I think a lot of the concerns you may hear as Mr. Shane correctly put, are gonna be on the water and the traffic. Okay, sure. Are the water and the traffic, so I would like to just kind of streamline this argument back to zoning, which is what we had our meeting the other night about. And again, Mr. Fitzmaurice and Mr. Richard were gracious enough to hear us out for 2 hours on all of that, so I'm gonna kind of streamline that back down again. And really tonight, what I wanted to ask you guys is just to are we making the most knowledgeable decision possible with recommending the recommended proposal, or the amended proposal proposed by Mr. Shane? I'm not personally against Mr. Shane or the development. I just want to make sure that we're taking everything in consideration before we make our decision, right? And some of the specific things that I've seen in the last few meetings that we discussed were, is this zoning proposal better than the previous zoning proposal? What are going to be the different the changes to the neighboring communities that are going to happen? And then if there's any alternate at all, which I don't think was brought up very much by Mr. Shane, but I'll kind of get into that more frequently, more in depth right now. As far as is the zoning better? I know we had discussions at the previous meeting, and I think it was possibly Mr. Fitzmaurice that addressed it, but talking about the current zoning, would allow for a wide range of a lot. So therefore, from the A1 to A, so what are we going A1 to A4? Right. So to go from A1 to A4 would better that. I guess my proposal to you would be, do we absolutely know that, right? There are, in theory, that does look better, right? And there's not as much different things that we can do for that. However, how do you know that, right? Do we have all of the information needed to make that? And is that the right decision, right? Sometimes there are decisions that may look better on initial concept, but once you get down to all the statistics and logistics of that, that doesn't make it correct, right? I think to use hyperbole, you could go as far out to say, and I'm not, again, this is nowhere close to this, but so slavery is bad, indentured servants is better, right? And I'm not saying this is that circumstance, again, that's hyperbole, but it's better. But is that the right decision, right? Just because right now the current zoning on that side may not be what we want, does it make this the better choice, right? Should we really get all of the facts to make sure we're not making an arbitrary decision on just allowing or proposing the rezonment? The second is the effect, which again, I kind of want I can see what time's kind of running down. I kind of want the individuals themselves and the local community to kind of tell you how they believe that this is negatively going to impact, but we've kind of already talked about it. Again, the traffic, the water, but I don't want to start harping on that here because I don't want to lose a lot of our time. But again, do we have all of the facts in front of us to not make an arbitrary decision before we grant or propose that this is the right rezoning? And then third, the alternate, right? Again, info. We want to make the most knowledgeable decision we possibly can. What are the alternate or the alternatives to what the proposal Mr. Shane's talking about, or are there any in it? To me, at least so far, I haven't heard any alternative zoning variances or anything else that we could do other than his proposal, which if I was making that decision and I was sitting down and I was advising the commission, I would want every single thing in front of me before I make, again, that arbitrary, capricious, before I make that off-the-cuff decision. And that's all I'm asking for you to do tonight, is just hear everyone out and make that as conscious as possible, okay? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to go in order, or ask them if they want to go in order?
We have two speaker cards on the zoning change. One is Steve Legori. Pardon?
He wants to yield to me, and then he's gonna take my time. Is that okay?
Okay. Come on.
And you are?
I'm Steve Chun. I've been here for all three. Let's first start from the. But look, one thing I wanted to say to you guys, and I'm kind of with Kyle, and I brought that up at the first zoning meeting that when we got the change, we were never given like. We went from an A1 to an A4, and I brought that up to Hal, and I said, what's an A1? We never did have a choice, and I guess y'all are given these choices. Mr. Shane comes here and he says, I want an A4, but as a parish, as the people that live here, we have no, we kind of think like, well, maybe there's a middle line we can go to. Maybe there's a 1 house per acre that we can go to and find a middle line instead of all of us having to accept just what he decides that he would like to do. Now, look, Granted, I looked at his map, it's a beautiful map. But I think it was a little bit, look, I'm in building construction, I kind of can read maps, and from day one when I looked at it, he could have been a little bit more clear for a lot of these people that don't know maps, and like that retainage pond, it could have been a big blue circle, and all the little creeks in there. So everybody has a little edge, but I think what a lot of people here tonight are looking for is a little bit of clarity and balance. And we don't see that. We're going from an A1 to an A4. And I know he has, he talks about the green space, and it's a beautiful looking picture. But I also know that if we had one house per acre, he could have 150 homes because he has 30 acres of green space. And if he would show all them green spaces where he really can't dig, we would understand it better. And secondly, we also know, everybody that lives here in St. Tammany Parish, we know we can save all the trees we want to do, but everybody was here during construction. And when you start doing construction, there's a lot of trees that die 2 and 3 years later because due to the construction. So you can save and do all these great things. But what I'm asking you guys as a commission, and I spoke with Riker, Tyler Down many times in the last couple of weeks, and I just think a lot of people want a little balance, and they want, because of all the promises in the past. I've been here since Bart Peppermint, Marty Gould, and we heard all these things. But I think people just had enough. They fed up with all the promises, but we see these big subdivisions, but we don't see the other promises that come with it. So that's my main thing. I think he has a great thing, but I think it could be improved. I'm more of a middle line, and I wish y'all could come to us and say, hey, maybe we can come to a middle line. 1 house per acre, 150 homes, 30 acres, because I think the A4 PUD is going overboard, and that's just my opinion. I appreciate y'all's time, and I appreciate what y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. LaGorrie here?
Good evening, sirs. My concern is basically the traffic.
State your name and address.
Sir?
For the record. State your name and address.
Stephen LaGorrie. My main concern is the traffic. 103 Heatherstone Lane,
Thank you.
right off of Dove Park. Can I start?
Thank you.
All right. My main concern is the traffic. A couple of years ago, when the rezoning was here on the Trinity Drive development, Mr. Shane was up here saying that they did a traffic and water study. Everything was up to par, no impact. Well, let me explain the impact that we are in this area dealing with. At certain times of the day, the light on 59 in Dove Park backs up sometimes a quarter of a mile back, past the Trinity, past the Trace, even in front of Clico at times. Then the four-way stop sign that is on Dove Park, sometimes that backs up another quarter mile, which is past my subdivision exit, in which, like, if I want to leave at the peak times, I cannot leave and take a left because the traffic's backed up. There's also a man that lives down the street that he can't pull out of his driveway during the peak time because sometimes the people won't let him out. Then sometimes, me and my wife used to, like get in the truck, put my bike in the truck, try to drive to Trace, which used to be like 5 minutes away. Now it's 15 to 20 minutes away because of the traffic. Well, we had got the brilliant idea to try to get on our bikes and go there, and we both almost got killed because of the traffic. The traffic's bad now. These two developments, which the access is solely on Dove Park, you are bringing 600 to 700 more cars in the area without any road development. I just don't see the reasoning in that. It's like unsafe to me. And I just wish y'all would think about that, because the roads should be developed before the development. Because, if you think about it, if the roads are there, it's going to bring in more development. You want to, bring all these people in here, 6 or 7 in the cars, and then try to do road construction at the same time. To me, that's, I don't know, just not thinking right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last card I've got on this phase of it is Terry Stevens. Good
Hi.
evening.
Hi. Thank you so much for doubling the time. I appreciate that. My name is Terry Lewis Stevens. I live on Dove Park Road. I'm a licensed architect, in case some of you don't know. So I have a little bit of background in this field, in this area. And that's where I come to speak. There are many conflicting issues that have come up tonight, and I think you really do need to consider what you're contemplating. The PUD across the street, which is Dove Park Estates, which now is fraught with problems, and there's a cease and desist on it, is only A3 zoned, not A4. Cotton Creek, which is the area south of this, has not yet been fully approved. There is an A4 component to it that was approved many, many years ago. They have not continued to approve anything beyond that point. We're also talking, and I know this is happening behind the scenes, that Judge Tanner being extended as a part of perhaps the Cotton Creek project, which would be very advantageous to everyone on Sharp Road, everyone in Dove Park. It would answer to all the traffic issues that we're talking about as being a burden that was added to us because of development where traffic was not taken into account. All of that should be taken into account. So I'm asking that you postpone this issue so that the corridor, which Mr. Shane talked about, this entire corridor be dealt with at one time. I think everyone in the room understands that this is prime real estate. It will be developed. We know it will be developed. It can be developed in a very sensitive manner and one which everyone can embrace in the area and probably will embrace in the area. But to do it piecemeal is not the best way that we could be handling this. The way it's being handled tonight, suggesting that we're going to go from the lowest density categories up to A4 is very arbitrary and capricious. And then to add a PUD over top of that, it degrades that A4. Even if you approved A4 and you add a PUD on top of it, then they can do whatever they want, which is what happened across the street in the A3 zoning of Dove Park Estates. When you use the yield plan, which is not you, that's something that the parish has to deal with. The yield plan allows you to go to sites half the size of what an A3, A4 would allow, and that's problematic. Let me just say also, in your packet, I don't know what you were handed tonight, and if it in any way differs from what's in this published information that was on the website, you shouldn't be considering it, and you shouldn't be voting on it because that violates the sunshine laws, and that's pretty serious business. The public should have been given a right to look at whatever you were handed at the same time you were handed it. It should be available to us to review as well because we can't talk about whatever you got from Mr. Shane. That's a problem. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is the objective from the 2025 plan and also from the comprehensive rezoning in 2009 was that this corridor be lower density than the surrounding areas. And if you go back to the comprehensive rezoning, you will see that they had hoped that this would stay a lesser zoning, a lesser density than an increased density. I understand they have an objective to make money, and lots of it. And if they can cram more houses into the same size property, they're going to make more money. So I understand that fully, that is their objective. But that's not what you're here to do. You're here to look out for everyone in the room, all the people here who pay the taxes that support the parish. They have made an investment in this community, hoping and believing that based on the 2025 plan and based on comprehensive rezoning, they would be protected. And they're not being protected if you rezone this the way it's being requested. To talk about the pond being put in first is, quite frankly, garbage. If you look at any of the developments in our local area, including Dove Park Estates across the street, of course they put the pond in first. Of course they did. Yes, they did. They put it in for the cemetery. They put it in for the retirement home. They always put the pond in first because it's the biggest thing they're going to mess up, and it's the biggest thing they have to dig out and get rid of that dirt. It will always be put in first, so that's no big bonus. And they have to put the pond in because the land is so low. That's why there's a giant retention pond. And by the way, at our community meeting, the drawing that we were given as what we were to look at didn't have a big, beautiful blue pond. It had a green pond. So I'm in this business, and I looked at that and thought, oh, look at that wonderful big green space. That wasn't green space at all. It's a giant pond. So that's a problem. It's misrepresentative. The other thing that I'll bring up is that Environmentally, we have to do an environmental impact study because, as was mentioned at the last meeting, the Ponchatoula is already on the 303 impaired streams list. It's already polluted. There's already a problem. There's already a $300,000 grant that was sought by the parish to correct some of the problems that are polluting the Ponchatoula. So we've got a pollution problem already. This is going to add to that problem. It's not going to remediate the problem. The pond isn't going to help because we're going to add new streets, and those streets will pollute the Ponchatoula. The last thing that I will mention is the fact that the wastewater treatment plant that I mentioned at the community meeting that we had is a huge problem. When I asked specifically, where do they plan to treat 80,000 gallons per day of wastewater, the answer was they were going to tap into one of the local wastewater treatment plants. Well, the nearest one is Little Creek, and it's at capacity. The next one nearest to it has another fancy name, and I can't remember what it is, but I have the email that shows it's at capacity also. Then I looked at this packet in detail today, and on one of the pages that was submitted to you for approval for this project was a 80,000 gallon per day wastewater treatment plant to be put on this site. Well, Mr. Shane told us all at the community meeting that this site can't handle an 80,000 gallon per day wastewater treatment plant. So that's a huge problem. We've got wastewater problems in Dove Park subdivision, severe problems in Dove Park subdivision, which is why we have a grant to correct those severe problems. We've got septic treatment plants all over this area that need to be addressed. And so we've got a wastewater treatment problem with this site also. So I'm asking tonight that you please table this issue until we can look at the whole corridor, decide where Judge Tanner is going to go, decide how our waste is going to be treated, decide how our existing residents are going to be treated. And the only way that you can do that is to table this issue, let all the powers that be, all the new engineering, all the whiz kids, everybody that's got some skin in the game, participate in making this a fabulous corridor development rather than piecemealed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, these are the, didn't we have some other calls?
As you did, until you took them away, so does anybody else want to speak?
All right, is there anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, I do for a moment.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Susan Commodore. I live at 1291 Dove Park Road, next door to the Corey Herberger Dove Park Estates disaster. I have pictures if anybody wants to see what has occurred through construction. I'm not comparing Mr. Herberger to either one of these gentlemen. Not at all. Not Mr. McHugh, not Mr. Intravia. But what I would like to say is, specifically, when Mr. Shane said that it wasn't fair to him to have to worry about the traffic and the advantages of the water flowing and such, I don't think that's an appropriate statement from him. Because what's not fair is that it's being, I feel personally that we're being bullied into a subdivision before we have all of the information that needs to be had. So I know I live where it's a mess, and my road has flooded since October. It's now March. And with the parish, I haven't had anything rectified yet. I do have a cease and desist, but it has not corrected the problem. I still drive through major amounts of water. I have to have some kind of part done on my car because the water has gone up into it. So when you get things that are because of the water and because of the flow and because of the construction, and we have a road there that has no shoulder. There's not a shoulder on Dove Park Road. So if you're going to park a construction vehicle, such as an 18-wheeler or dump trucks or things of that nature, you're talking about, like, people trying to go around each other like a maze. I think that's unfair. So for somebody to say that we just need to accept this is outrageous to me. It's just not fair. It's not fair to us.
Thank you.
And we've been there.
Thank you. All right, we've got 55 seconds if someone wishes to speak.
Remind them we've got rebuttal too.
Okay.
My name is
Richard Meecastle at 501 Dove Park Road. I'll make this quick because I have to. I want to talk about the Brookstone development, which, don't get me wrong, I think it's a beautiful development. I had concerns from the beginning. I have a 490-foot lot that 3 lots on Brookstone, the first 3, back up to me. And I knew water came through my property, so I went to the meetings and addressed it. And Kelly McHugh, I was with Bart Pepperman and Kelly McHugh, and I said, this is gonna create a dam for the water going. So he drew up a ditch. He said, we'll dig a ditch here. I went back for the second meeting. The ditch wasn't on the proper, on the Brookstone thing. So he said, I will put it on there. So Henry Billiot gave me the final plan. There was no ditch. So I complained to Henry. He said, I'll get you some help. So they dug a ditch. Come to find out, they dug the ditch on 2 of the lots. It wasn't part of community property. So the people who bought the lot are trying to cover up the ditch. One person put a 15-inch culvert in the ditch, and all the water can't flow. I had pictures on my phone of the water in my yard. So everything you hear that's gonna happen, don't happen.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, thank you. All right, now we have, in addition to what we've heard, we will go to rebuttal. And that should be 10 minutes? 10 minutes each side?
Additional 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Shane, do you want to start?
Yes, sir. We'll try to address some of the comments and concerns expressed by the residents. And to the extent that I wasn't clear in my earlier presentation, I'll try to clarify some of those things as well. I guess first and foremost, I don't think that there's any other fact, drawing, exhibit, condition that I can imagine that we could present to you as it relates to this A4 and PUD request. I understand the argument about which is the cart and which is the horse as it relates to looking at these projects. I sincerely do. And I do not underestimate the significance of the planning elements. But again, my job this evening and our request to you is to look at the land use issue. And I would suggest to you that if this zoning A4 and PUD were recommended and eventually ordained, and no planning commission approval or on appeal by council were ever granted for preliminary subdivision, I would suggest to you that the Dove Park corridor is a better place to have this track A4 with this PUD. Granted, it would not be able to be constructed as zoned, but this is a land use hearing. I vehemently disagree that there is a suggestion that we have grabbed a zone and attempted to exploit or take advantage of profit opportunity or to create more density than is reasonably necessary at this location. I've given you the facts and figures that I think substantiate or back that up. So from a land use perspective only, you have a hodgepodge of zones, but the predominant zone, 49%, is clearly one that could be problematic for all that travel or live in that corridor. This provides the first step of an opportunity to try to create a better piece of the puzzle that would fit in the Dove Park corridor, in my view. I would also mention to you that in terms of addressing the impacts of traffic and drainage, one benefit that the development brings is that 185 units will generate approximately $400,000 in impact fees that go to the parish that are earmarked specifically for traffic and drainage improvements over and beyond the traffic and drainage improvements that are mandated for this development. So one way to assist with the existing problems that either haven't been addressed or maybe can't be addressed or perhaps lack funding, and I'm not suggesting that $400,000 fixes the world. I know it doesn't. I am only suggesting to you, though, that I think the system does have some balance in that private sector having a reasonable opportunity to develop a tract does bring funding to the table to assist with lacking infrastructure. The Cotton Creek phase that was approved as A4 was not approved years ago. It was approved last year by this commission. To the extent that that creates some suggestion of what might be a reasonable land use in the area, I think it's just a very vivid example. It borders us to the south. The density of 2.2 is a relatively modest density if you look at the subdivisions that have come before you, say, over the last 10 years. In part, that is due to the need to extend sewer and water to these sites. And as it relates to sewer, as noted earlier, there will certainly be challenges, meaning that whether it's Tammany Utilities, another third-party provider, or perhaps as a last alternative, if it's an on-site treatment plant, there will need to be capacities created that obviously have cost. But the idea that this development will have contained community sewer system as opposed to having an individual mechanical treatment facility or an older home's septic tanks that make discharges into our open waterways, and I'm not suggesting that discharges don't hopefully have clean and clear effluent. I'm only suggesting that any time we have an opportunity to extend or gain a community central contained system, I think it's not only a good thing for this development, it provides greater opportunity for others in the Dove Park corridor to hopefully see that infrastructure expand. And perhaps some of them will have the opportunity to avail themselves of those benefits if they don't have a central system now. I am sorry that some think that the handouts this evening may have violated sunshine law. I guess I've got some good news for you and some bad news for somebody in the audience, but those are the same handouts that were provided to you in the past, literally. So I don't want anyone to believe that there's been a change in the PUD plan, a change in the lot clearing plan, a change in the current 5 zone of the tract. All of those exhibits are the same, with one exception, at least one that I'm aware of. And that is, Ms. Stevens came to Mr. McHugh and I after the last community meeting and asked us about the location of the pond. And because the pond area was shaded green on the prior drawing, you had to read to see that it was indicated to be the pond area. That's the reason we changed it from green to blue. But I want to make sure the public and you as a commission know and understand that it is not inappropriate for the pond to be considered in the green space or open space calculation. It's not inappropriate to have the green shade on it. Yes, only 50% of the watered area counts toward that green space calculation as it relates to the PUD. And by the way, that calculation is 25% for a PUD. And as I said earlier, this development, of course, has green space that far exceeds that. Another important point that I failed to mention, but we did at the community meeting, we intend to build $350,000 to $400,000 homes in this subdivision, which, being very familiar with Dove Park, having driven it for many years, I think it will be very complementary and in some respects consistent with much of the other residential development that's in the area. I think that this PUD is much better than any form of straight zoning, even if it were A2 or A3. And you might say, well, why so? There might be less density. Yes, there would be. But I don't think that you would see the amenities, the 50 feet of green space that's along Dove Park Road, the pods of wetlands area that are not going to be infringed upon. And by the way, failure on my part, this is all flood zone C property. And there's extremely minimal wetlands areas, just a few crossings that we're going to have to get permission from the Corps. My point is that the project was designed to be environmentally sensitive in almost every respect. Preserve trees, plant trees, central sewage and water, put the drainage system in first. And as it relates to putting the pond in first, no, it is not typical to have the completed pond done before the streets and infrastructure ways are cut through the subdivision. That's very atypical. In fact, I don't know that any of my projects have ever had that. That doesn't mean it makes it right or wrong because of my projects did or did not have it. I'm only suggesting that I've handled a good many. I think we should be proud that this developer is trying to create standards as it relates to tree preservation, green space, and putting in the drainage element first. Because at the end of the day, the water leaving this site is going to leave the site at a much lesser rate than it does today, and it's going to be channeled and directed. I would hope tonight that I have not made any misrepresentations to you. If so, they certainly weren't intentional. They were an error. I won't dignify the comment about garbage because I don't think that garbage belongs in the discussion in this room by any of us, including me. I'm too respectful as it relates to what I'm trying to do tonight, what I'm doing to you, and to the people that live in the area that may differ. But the point is that the system is set up where each of us have an opportunity to present our thoughts and present our case. We're not trying to bully anyone. The suggestion that it's not fair was mistaken or misunderstood. I was only suggesting that tonight is not the night to technically present to you the traffic and drainage issues. So at the end of the day, I ask that you consider making the recommendation of both A4 and PUD and allow Dove Park Ridge to have an opportunity to go through the planning process so that we can analyze and determine if the impacts
I will determine when the time is up.
If the impacts have been properly mitigated. I appreciate the few extra seconds. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. We got rebuttal for the other side. Got 10 minutes total.
How you doing? Taylor Chun, 1275 Dove Park Road. I heard Mr. Shane's philosophy here, or analogy, if you will, regarding the horse and the cart. The problem is we're at an A1 right now, proposed to an A4. You know, that analogy doesn't comply. Therefore, in essence, we're taking a zoning of an A1, to an A4, which is in essence taking a horse and buggy car into a Ferrari. It's not logical and it's not common sense here. And obviously we've had a lot of support. We've all participated in the community meetings. We've been receptive. We're not opposed to taking consideration other alternatives. But Ms. Terry alluded to earlier in her conversation, we just want to hear all consideration. Right? We do have legal representation, and I do think our team is willing to work with Mr. Shane on some alternative options. So let's take the time to rethink this, table it currently, and then revisit other alternative options with being receptive with our group. We do feel like we would, to potentially look at other options, other zoning options opposed to industrial, which we kind of do feel like isn't the best fit for the development. Yet again, to go that drastic of a change is a significant impact in the area. So we do feel like at this point tabling the whole idea is the best common sense practice to adopt, with taking into consideration then having Mr. Shane work with our team on finding an alternative option that works for everyone else. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
I have a question. Susan Commodore, 1291 Dove Park Road. My question is I was told in the beginning that my area was a no-cut buffer. I would like to be understood on my side. So I'm just wondering on your side, when you say a no-cut buffer, a 50-foot buffer of green space, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean there will be no cutting at all? Or does it mean that you're taking out some trees? Or does it mean that you're replanting trees? Because when I took in good faith by the developer that spoke to me himself, he told me it was a 20-foot no-cut buffer. Hence, another 200 trees came down on my next to my property and one on my property. So I don't understand when you say a 50-foot green space, that could be 50 foot of bushes. That could be 50 foot of whatever. And then there was a comment about a 6-inch tree would not be cut down. Above a 6-inch caliper of a tree would not be cut down. So therefore, that would mean that all the pines need to stay up in that 50-foot and the surrounding green space. I would like that to be specified along with the other things that need to be specified, because now I have 0. It was never allowed, they said. It was not definitive. So I don't mean to be real picky, but I would like to know how it's going to impact me, and I've been there since 1967. So I'm been here, and I would like to live in the area that is also appreciated by the people that do live here. I don't mind a subdivision. It's not about fighting them. It's about joining together.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
It's just Shane O'Hare, 1281 Dove Park Road. And just very briefly, Jeff made the comment, Mr. Shane made the comment that density is not out of line with what the parish has been approving over the past 10 years. And that's for sure the case. But over the past 10 years, we've got to where our traffic parish-wide is worse than the South Shore. We're polluting our beautiful lake worse than the South Shore. The density that you or your boss has been approving the last decade have proven to be anything but responsible. We need to make some major changes parish-wide, not against one subdivision, good planning done properly, but I think this is the first one that's affected my neighborhood. But you always have friends, and you probably hear more than me, but the whole parish is disgusted with the way that they have allowed the unbridled growth over the last 10 or 15 years.
Thank you. Terry, you wish to speak?
Again, Terry Lewis Stevens. I think we need to talk about the industrial component because that's been used as a fear tactic. We need a wastewater treatment plant, obviously. We need it for Cotton Creek. We're going to need it because there's almost 200 lots in Cotton Creek alone. Only what we know about in Cotton Creek, and I've heard it's exponentially larger than what we think it is. So they're going to need that. So having the industrial component behind Clico, that's not a bad thing. That'd be a perfect place for a wastewater treatment plant for the area to serve us all. To Mr. Shane's point, that's a good thing. Bringing water and sewer in this area is a wonderful thing. It's been well overdue. It's what we have to do moving forward in order to stay out of trouble with EPA. That's a good thing. But we need to make provision for that, and this subdivision doesn't do that. I was particularly aghast at the pond. The pond, yes, it was green, and maybe it was green because they consider that as a green space. That's not freaking green space. It's a pond. No, it's a wastewater pond. It's where all the street pollution will collect on that site. It's not considered green space and shouldn't be considered green space. It's undeveloped area. But that's not a green space. It's not where your kids can play. No one can play in that water because it's polluted. It's polluted by runoff from the streets. So to call that green space is very disingenuous. Let's talk about impact fees. That's the carrot that was dangled. Let me tell you about that. In previous projects along Dove Park Road, including the large project off of Holy Trinity, we got no impact fees. In fact, we ended up paying to have that land developed because the parish gave away those impact fees. They gave them back to the developer for, I don't even want to say what my opinion is about it, but they were not justified. So the impacts, the very huge impact fees that would have been collected on those developments didn't go back to the area. Here's another problem with impact fees. If we could say these impact fees from all these houses, every single rooftop, whatever it was, $2,000, if that would go toward Judge Tanner or toward the drainage in that particular area, in the area of impact, that would be super. But right now, that's not the case. They can take those impact fees and put them in a giant pot and use them anywhere they want to. So that's a problem. Not your problem, but it is a problem if you decide to rezone this area right now. It's not appropriate to rezone this area right now. There's nothing wrong with having A1, A1A, and industrial. There's nothing wrong with that. That's in keeping with the area. If you look at Mr. Chun's lot across the street, I think he mentioned it at the community meeting. 3 acres, he was forced to build one house on 3 acres. What? Why is he required to do that? And these people aren't. And to talk about profit motive, of course this is profit motivated because this land is owned by someone else. It's contingent upon this rezoning. They already told us at the community meeting, Mr. Shane and I recorded it. Mr. Shane told us this is profit motivated, and that's why he couldn't put the wastewater treatment plant on the site, and that's why they didn't want to go to any lesser zoning than A4. So it's very critical for us to understand. We understand the profit motive, but we understand the area cannot currently handle more traffic and more drainage, and the 125% drainage requirement is not adequate. That's why we're having fill mitigation meetings right now. It's not adequate. We've got serious problems here. So again, I would ask you to table this issue for the time being. Let us go back, talk about the entire area, the entire corridor. Don't fail us all, everyone in this room who pays taxes like you do to support this parish. Be fair to us and table this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a minute and 33 seconds left in rebuttal. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
What I see tonight, I think all of us come from a different spectrum. We all not one solid group. We all think the same thing. And I wish all of you guys would look at us as a broad piece of this whole puzzle out there. And think about, before you make a decision tonight, what we're asking for. We're asking for a little bit of time. We're asking for to rethink, not just because of this certain product that was put in front of you, to make a hasty decision tonight. And I hope y'all take everybody here as an individual, because everybody has a different political swing in how they think and how they look. We're not all the same. But in this case, I think we're all together. I was here from the first night, and I think if me and my son Taylor wouldn't have been here, I'm being honest with y'all, I think this thing would have passed. Thanks to Mr. Ken Reese there that asked for a community meeting. I appreciate it, because you helped us get to this point tonight. And I wish you you guys would look at everybody tonight back here and take us all as an individual and what we are looking for you to do for us, to give us some time. Don't just give Mr. Shane what he wants tonight. Make him work a little bit harder. And let him look at us as a group and maybe do something for us. You guys need to do something for us for some time. We're asking for y'all to do that.
Thank you. All right, there's 7 seconds left. Anyone else want to take a shot at 7 seconds? All right. Seeing no one wanting to come forward, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. All right, we've got 2 items. First is 1751-ZC, which is a zoning change. Any of the commissioners wish to speak? Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, this is
sometimes I think I know more about this area than I want to know, but there's a lot of discussion about things that are or could be or not fully developed. The problem seems to be with this area is, I don't know if people are convinced we have an overall plan for this area. If you haven't really been around this area, there's probably close to, I'm going to guess, 500 or 600 acres or more between Holy Trinity and 59 that's undeveloped, but's primed for development once it starts. And looking at each of these pieces individually is a little scary, because if you just think of this one piece and the impacts of changing the zoning here, the 2025 plan that everybody wants to reference, I think it does talk about congestion and issues like that. And I think there was a follow-up to the 2025 plan after Katrina. I think there was a meeting within the administration realizing that we had a bigger problem after Katrina with the influx of people, that the 2025 plan still needed to be addressed in different ways. I think there was some follow-up to that. Wasn't part of it, but I read some things that indicate there was concern of the congestion. We talk about PUDs. A PUD doesn't have to be A4. A PUD can be an underlying zoning of less than an A4. I don't know why they always seem to be A4, but for the most part. This land around here, truly, the area across the street from it is PUD, and it's A3, but some of it's A2. The area to the south of it, part of it's A1, part of it's A4 under appeal, has not been approved. If I'm not mistaken, it's before the council, and it's been delayed for over 9 months. So to say they are approved is maybe part of it might have been. It was approved by this committee, but the council has not approved it yet. So it's not A4 at this point, as far as I know, unless something's changed. Judge Tanner Road. Unless we know where Judge Tanner Road's going and its path, any development in this area without that road in place, or at least the path defined by the parish, could block us forever. And this is a one-shot deal for this road. If this road doesn't go in, Dove Park and Sharp Road and those roads are going to be impacted forever. And if there's not a commitment made, we're going to be stuck with this. So I move for denial of this approval for this zoning.
We have a motion by Commissioner Reese for denial. Do I have a second? Commissioner McInnes.
I had another question that I wanted to ask to the staff. Is in your comments you mentioned that that traffic is a concern, even though you don't list it as, even though you were okay with the request for changing the zoning. But would you also say that the 303D stream designation for the Ponchatoula Creek is also a concern?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to answer the question?
Yes, please.
Which staff reports are you pointing out to? And
It's, I don't know if it's the PUD or the zoning change, but it is under staff comments. You say a concern is the potential increase in density that the A4 zoning will bring to the area.
yeah,
Considering that most of Dove Park Road is currently developed with residential uses at a lower density.
we're addressing the density, not the traffic.
Yes, but density also has impact on water quality, so I'm just wondering how staff looks at that.
Well, we have to look at what the underlying zoning would be and the density of it. This is what we're commenting on.
I guess I got my answer, which is not an answer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crawford.
Okay, just a couple of comments. Everybody kept saying that we were looking at the zoning going from A1 to A4 as if the entire property was A1 to A4. Certainly it's not. About 25% of it seems to be A1. It's comprised of A1, A3 industrial. Not to diminish what everybody feels about going from A1 to A4, I just want to make that clear. This one's a little bit difficult to think about. At first blush, looking at this development, it looks like a good development. It looks like a good PUD. It seems to take some industrial property that seems to be in an area where it really shouldn't be industrial in that vicinity, and turn it into a nice residential use. So at that point, it makes me think that should be a good use for it. Looking at the density, the property is either A3 or A1 or a lesser density. It's not A4. There's some adjacent that's A3, as we were just talking about, as Mr. Hess was saying. I took a ride down Dove Park, which I wasn't familiar with until I went down there. And it was actually before one of our meetings, so it was about 5 o'clock, 5:30, and the traffic was pretty tough. It was pretty bad on that street. So from my standpoint, I'm just making a comment here. I would like a lesser density. I think the A4 seems to be a little bit heavy, and but I do think that the PUD would be a good use of this facility. But in saying that, I would second Mr. Hess's proposal or motion.
Okay. Commissioner Randolph, you were. Okay.
We're on? I've sat through a number of these open meetings, presentations, hearings. I've listened to the constituents that live in the area, that's surrounded by the area, your concerns with so many things that we're all concerned about in the parish. The gentlemen that have come up and the lady that have come up to speak with us concerning growth in this parish. That's why a lot of us are here tonight, because we came to this parish. And it's going to continue to grow because of the lifestyle, because of the education, because of the law enforcement, because of the beauty that we have in this parish. And we're trying to keep that. And the only rule of thumb that we have as a commissioner, as commission, is to follow the rule of law by the ordinances, but also to listen to and really take at heart a lot of the concerns that you all have as taxpayers, because we are too. We don't make the rules, we don't make the ordinances, we don't make the law, but we have to abide by them, and we have to comply with whatever is presented to us based on those rules. I think this, as Mr. Crawford and some of the other ones have said, this is really a nice development. It really is. It's very well platted out. I'm hearing, not that it's not a good development, but I'm hearing that we're really concerned about how it's going to impact where we live. That's everybody's concern. And I want everybody in this room to know that we up here are not on payroll. We're here to pay respect for developers and for you all as taxpayers. And I'm hoping, and I really wish we would have had another alternative meeting to really try to make this work. Because I do believe this would work with everybody if we had another opportunity to do so. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Drum.
I listen to both sides, and I listen to you folks very diligently, because when I moved into where I'm at, it was a cow pasture, and now it's not. It's houses everywhere around me. I didn't have a choice in it, but that's what it is. And so I understand. But a number of you folks were saying things about middle of the road. Maybe we can find something in the middle. But I didn't hear any suggestions on how to correct whatever the problem is, because there were also a number of problems, like the pond was green. Okay, the runoff is going to be polluted. Every time it rains, the runoff is polluted. You can't control that. Where's the sewage going to go? That will be worked out by the planning committee whenever it gets to us, if the plan goes through. Profit margin. Nobody builds anything unless they want a profit. You don't go to work unless you want a profit. When I used to work till I retired twice, I wanted a profit. So that's part of life. And we all cannot agree with each other. And I'm not as pretty with my words as this gentleman is. I'm military, and I just say what I need to say, so please bear with me.
But we're still friends.
Yeah. Even though I was Army, he doesn't hate me. And so, someone out there, give me just one distinctive middle-of-the-road reply that you want, so I'll know what you're talking about.
Long-term plan.
That's already been given. No, I asked for that, so.
Okay.
One person come up here and answer, please. Okay, I'll tell you what we have, and then we'll go from there.
I'm Steve Chun. I came to the first meeting for the first night, and I brought up, this is before all this blew up like it is. I brought up to you guys about what we've been promised all the years. Back to Bart Pepper. I mean, he didn't promise it, but the talk, okay? Marty Gould. You know, it's not you, y'all wasn't here. Half of y'all wasn't here. But a lot of us have been here. We were told when Fontainebleau High School was going to be built that we called it Fairway, now it's Judge Tanner, but Fairway is going to go to, like, I'm with him. I'm with Ken. Because you keep building these subdivisions, all of a sudden, oh, well, I wonder where Fairway is going to go. I guess it's going to go around I-12 and come back around 1088. But you got to have a long-term plan. And we asking to slow down because you have all these subdivisions into play, and if you keep building without thinking about Judge Tanner, that's going to be a big help to Dove Park Road, because Dove Park Road's so narrow. They went in there and put culverts. But believe me, the culverts are right on the side of the road. You run over them with your car and they turn at S-turn. It's not a boulevard. We need a good boulevard from 190 to 59 to help Dove Park Road. We really do.
Well, we're not here to, I'm just telling you, I understand the road.
But I agree with you.
And this gentleman is just trying to build a subdivision.
I understand, but if we keep approving subdivisions without thinking about, where's the room? We're gonna eventually run out of room. We've gotta slow stuff down and think about 5 years ahead of time before we make this decision. Now, he's putting the entrance. Where's the entrance going? He's got an entrance here. Where is it going? You can't have all these entrances going to nowhere. So we're asking, and I brought this up at the first, when they first brought this up, me and my son was here, and the lady on the new development. And that's why I came, because I see Dove Park, I live off of Double J, and my son lives across from Clico. But you guys, I drive it every day, and I see the people, like my buddy Steve Ligori and Heatherstone. Heatherstone, the four-way stop on my street by Burris Ranch Road. In the evening, sometimes it backs up all the way past to Brookstone from people at the four-way stop. Then it gets up here to the McDonald's. So there's a lot of problems. We're asking y'all to give us a little bit of time. Let us come. I'm gonna tell you, I'm against the 100 or 200 homes, okay? But I can live with 150 homes on 150 acres, because he says it's 30 acres of green space. But I'm totally against putting 200 homes, because I don't know what the traffic's gonna be with the new development and this development. But guys, we really, really need to think before I know y'all the zoning board, I understand that. But at one time, we need to stop and slow down and give us some time.
I totally understand, but there's always a but. There's always a but. Okay, like, we're gonna take the hill, but somebody might get killed. There's always a but. We understand that, well, okay, but we understand that you're concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about the traffic. I'm out there just like you. They don't pay me the big money not to be, I don't get anything for being here, basically. We don't control who builds the roads. We're just here to decide on zoning and listening to you folks. If the zoning goes through, yes or no, it then goes to planning, which is still the same people, but by that time, we're given different drawings, different plans, different ideas as to what's gonna happen. That's the time we hear about the water runoff. We hear about the road construction, that whatever the builder's gonna put in and But I was just trying to find out the middle of the road, and you keep talking about the road. And so I've talked to.
No, you've had an appropriate time.
Yeah,
It's at the commission level.
I've taken up more time than I know a lot of people want, and I apologize, but I totally understand. I totally understand. I wouldn't want to be in your position, and you don't want to be in mine. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Seeger.
By a show of hands, I'd like to ask a couple questions. How many people have lived in this parish for more than 30 years? How many people live in a subdivision? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Drum again. Okay, Commissioner Randolph.
Ready to vote.
Pardon?
We're ready to vote.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to deny the zoning to A4. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to deny passes.
Okay. The next item is 2019-1752-ZC. It's a A4 in establishing the PUD. Pardon?
That's one of them.
This one has not been denied. What was denied was the zoning. Okay? We still have to deal with creating the PUD. All right, any of the commissioners wish to speak on this? Commissioner Richard.
Mr. Chair, obviously with the zoning, I move to deny the PUD.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Richard to deny the PUD. Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Commissioner McInnes, do you wish to speak? Okay. All right. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to deny. Please vote.
That motion to deny has passed.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. If y'all wish to clear the room, if you wish to stay, that's fine. But I'll ask you to be quiet. Please clear the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be continuing on with our agenda. If you're leaving the room, please exit through the doorway and continue out beyond the corridor so that we can continue our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda is 2016-155ZC, major amendment to a PUD, Plan Unit Development Overlay. It's 69.69 acres. The petitioner's Kenneth LaPicchiola Senior, Military Road Land Company LLC. Frank LaPicchiola is the petitioner. The owner is Military Road Land Company. Parcel located on the east side of Louisiana 1081, south of Smith Road, Covington, Ward 3, District 2. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, 2016-155ZC and the next two cases are all in the same request, if you'd like to hear those together.
All right. Let me read 1753 and 1754 into the record. 2019-1753, existing zoning is A1 Suburban District, proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District. It's 98 acres. Petitioner's Kenneth LaPicchiola Senior, owner's Grabber LLC, William Grabber III. Location, parcel located on the east side of Louisiana 1081, south of Smith Road, north of Thibodeau Road, Covington, Ward 3, District 2. And then 2019-1754 ZC, existing zoning's A3, Suburban District, proposed zoning is a PUD, Plan Unit Development Overlay. It's 141 acres. Petitioner's Kenneth LaPicchiola Senior. Owner is Grabber LLC, William Grabber III. Location, parcel located on the east side of Louisiana 1081, south of Smith Road, north of Thibodeau Road, Covington, Ward 3, District 2. Okay, staff?
The applicant submitted 3 zoning requests, the first of which was to provide a major amendment to the PUD of Alexander Ridge Phase 3 to remove Lot 116 in favor of a new access road, which would extend from Lake Terrace Drive to the current eastern property line of Alexander Ridge PUD. The new roads will decrease the acreage of the green space within the subdivision, but it's by a negligible amount. It's 0.57 acres. So the proposed roads will allow for efficient and effective traffic circulation and will meet all the green space requirements. The second application that the applicant submitted was to change the underlying zoning designation from A1 suburban residential to A3 suburban residential on 98 acres. The adjoining PUD has an underlying zoning designation of A4A, which makes the current request less dense than the existing Tammany and Alexander Ridge developments. While staff doesn't have any recommendations for this, there was no new information which was added. The third request is for the PUD plan unit development overlay added on top of the request for the A3. The applicant has not yet revised their initial request for the A3 zoning designation, so the most recent PUD plan has been calculated using a yield plan for the A2 suburban district zoning designation. They did provide some additional information which was requested in the last zoning report on February 4th. There's going to be over 102 acres of passive green space and 1 acre of active green space, which meets all the requirements for the green space calculations. The proposed subdivision plat does adhere to a large portion of the PUD standards. Staff doesn't have a recommendation for this, but the applicant did provide all the information that was requested in the last meeting.
Thank you. Is someone here representing? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Brenda Lapacolo, and my address is 21056 Smith Road, Covington, Louisiana. I am one of the members of the development team for the project that is before you this evening. Other members of the team include Kenneth Lapacolo, the lead developer. We also have Eddie Powell, who's with Kyle and Associates, serves as our engineer, and he'll be available for questions tonight as well. And in addition, we have Jean Joannan, who serves as our environmental consultant on this project. And then lastly, Paul Marone is our legal counsel. We do have 3 cases before you this evening. One of the cases, as was mentioned, was to rezone 98 acres from A1 to A3. We do amend that request to ask that rezoning to go to A2 rather than to A3. Thus, our request is to rezone 98 acres from A1 to A2. And if you will allow me, on the handouts that you received, I'd like to orient you to the location of the property. On the first page of your handout, this is just a general map of the area. What you see in the lower left-hand corner is where Covington is located. And then if you look up toward the top center of the page, you'll see a green shaded area with A4 written in it. That is the currently existing A4 PUD for Terra Marie and Alexander Ridge. The property is located just adjacent to this, where we have A1 for 98 acres and A2 for 43 acres. The property in question is about 4 miles north of downtown Covington, and to access the property, you take Highway 437 or Lee Road to the north, and then you take a right onto State Highway 1081. As you will see, a lot of the area in this zoning area is already zoned as A2. Most of the property going up both sides of River Road toward the Abbey is A2. Much of the property going up Lee Road to the Smith Road area is A2. Next, if you will turn to the next page in your packet, which is, I've got my lead developer here to help me. This is a map of the 141 acres. And so what this reflects is there's a zoning line indicated here. To the right of that line is the 43 acres that is already zoned A2. To the left of the line is the 98 acres that is currently zoned A1 that we're requesting A2 zoning on it. As was mentioned, the A2 is located adjacent to the A4 PUD. So this is, good transitional zoning going from A4 to A2, as well as 43 acres of the property in question is already zoned A2, so it's consistent with that. as well as the A2 request, is consistent with much of the land in the area between the property southward toward Covington. Then the next request that we have is to place the PUD on the entire 141 acres. And if you'll turn to your next page, Kenneth, thank you. This is an aerial depiction of the PUD overlay. And just to orient a little bit more, this is the road that is Highway 1081, and we do have a 5-acre main entry for the entire neighborhoods that comes off of Highway 1081. This is the currently existing Terra Marie neighborhood, which is currently age-restricted, age 55 and above. This is the existing Alexander Ridge Phase 3 neighborhood. And then this is the 141 acres that we're asking, to be considered this evening. As you can see, it's all of the green area. It's a huge piece of property. Very importantly to us is that the entire right side of the property, coming down this way, represents over 5,500 linear feet that is on the Little Beaufort River. So the reason for the PUD overlay and why we think it's such a wonderful tool is that it does allow us to develop a conservation development and to really be good stewards of this land. So what we're asking for is 141 lots on 141 acres. Our lots will be compacted in size so that they will be isolated to a limited area of the land. This will enable us to develop a low-impact development by compacting the lots. All of the lots in this area are 55 feet by 110 feet. They all back up to either green space or a pond, which is consistent with our theme of developing within Alexander Ridge and within Terra Marie. The footprint of the lots is 42 acres. That allows us to leave 99 acres of 141 acres in green space and natural habitat. So 70% of the 141 acres will be left in green space and natural habitat. The third request that we have before you this evening is the major amendment to the PUD. And as staff mentioned, this is referring to the PUD currently over Alexander Ridge Phase 3. And what we're requesting is to remove one platted lot out of that PUD, create an access road for continuity between the two new phases, and also to create a small access road that would allow continuity between Phase 3 of Alexander Ridge and the current Priory property. As far as the traffic flow within this neighborhood, again, we do have this 5-acre entry on State Highway 1081. The highway at this point is a real straight shot. There's great visibility, lots of maneuverability for driving, on a 5-acre entry. The Terra Marie neighborhood is all self-contained as far as their traffic. In other words, you come in the main entry, turn to the right into Terra Marie, and then they end with a cul-de-sac here. So there's no traffic connectivity, through traffic connectivity between the Terra Marie neighborhood and the other neighborhoods. We also will have a second entry down on Thibodeau Road. And then this also, the connectivity is not just vehicular, but it's also with our walking path trails, that it will be a walkable community where residents can walk from the front of the property, go on our walking trails around the lake in Phase 3, continue on to Phase 4 around this lake, and then continue to a nature park on the Little Beaufort River. And we want to talk a little about the current zoning. As I noted earlier, the rezoning and the PUD are the tools that allow us to create this conservation development. Without these tools, let's take a look at what a depiction of what the development would look like with the current zoning in place. So if you'll flip to the next page in your handout. And what is reflected here is on the left side of your page are the 98 acres that is currently zoned. It's this page, if it's helpful. Okay, it's on the left side of the page are the 98 acres that is currently zoned A1. And putting into play the parish's minimum lot width requirements and setback requirements, the current 98 acres could be hold 19 lots. The A1 zoning, 1 unit to every 5 acres. But as you'll notice, the lots, they extend completely to the Little Bogfilier River on the right side, completely to the adjoining property owner on the north side, which also happens to be our personal home. They extend completely to the left side of the property against the Alexander Ridge neighborhood. And then the lots would extend right down on to Thibodeau Road. And then also, when you look at the right side of the property that's currently zoned A2, that would allow for 43 lots to be placed adjacent to the Little Bogfilier River. And then also, those lots would be adjacent to the current neighbors across the property line to the south. So all traffic under this scenario would be forced to go onto Thibodeau Road, would be the sole access for it. So what the rezoning and the PUD allows us to do is to create significant buffers around all property owners directly affected. So for example, on the west side of the property, this buffer is 200 to 300 feet that extends all the way up to the north side of the property. Those minimum 200 to 300 foot buffers go all across the north side of the property. And again, this is mine and Kenneth's personal home. And then down the entire linear footage of the Little Bogfilier River, you have these huge buffers that we're able to put into place. Also, with this PUD layout, it allows us to put 5 large estate lots on the southern property line, which we believe is helping to protect the neighbors to the south of the property. By any measure, this is a low-density development, and it is also serviced by utilities, by central sewer and central water. Other considerations for you this evening are that the housing product that will go into Phase 4 will be consistent with the housing product we currently have in Phase 3.
How much longer?
I'm sorry?
How much longer? Your time's up.
I'm sorry. Could I have 2 more minutes, or?
So we'll get the other side the same amount?
Okay. Is that all right if I could have 2 more?
Utilities real quick.
I'm sorry. Central utilities, the housing product will be the same. Our resident demographic that we're getting is about 70% empty nesters and 30% young professionals or young families. Our absorption rate is clearly representing that there's a need for this type of housing in St. Tammany Parish. All streets will be private, all utilities will be private. We're at a high elevation flood zone C. Our preliminary findings indicate we're impacting less than 3 acres of wetlands. And then last, being able to preserve that 5,500 linear feet on the Little Bogfilier, that's over 18 football fields of preservation that we'll be able to put into place. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got a number of cards here that folks want to speak.
See if anybody wants to go first.
Yeah. Does anyone wish to go first as a spokesperson? All right, we'll start through here, and if we run out of time, we're just going to run out of time. Dr. D. Wagner? Yes, sir.
Hello, David Wagner, 76196 Stafford Road, which is also Highway 1081. I would like to address this in a rather general way. I bought my property 36 years ago. The Little Bogfilier runs through my property, which is also borders on this proposal. The Bogfilier is now twice as deep as it was 36 years ago. When we came to the meeting with the councilman, we were told this planning was being based on a 100-year flood. But if you've lived here just a couple of years or so, we know we already reached the 1,000-year flood, and 2 or 3 years before that, the 500-year flood. What might be next is the 2,000-year flood. The development is partly responsible for this because and we heard negative things about pine trees, but the pine trees have very deep roots and absorb a great deal of water. After Katrina, we lost many pine trees. 6 months later, an arsonist burned down many, many acres along the Bogafalaya River. That took more trees out. We're seeing drainage problems, and especially at the river. That's my biggest concern here. And Mr. Randolph, I totally agree with you about abiding by the laws and the rules, but you're speaking to St. Tammany residents who are about the most law-abiding people I've ever known, and I've lived in other places. When times change, and especially due to terrain changes and flooding, maybe rules and laws need to be changed too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got Mary Ann Loeffler.
Mr. Doherty, mind if I go next, Thibodeau?
Thibodeau? Like John?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Hey
fine.
there. Thanks. Jean Thibodeau, 20707 Thibodeau Road, Covington, Louisiana. So we are the adjoining property that you saw next to this on Thibodeau Road. So as neighbors, it's been good to understand what's going on. The developers outreached to us a few times, and we worked through some issues. There's still a few outstanding. So I'm here before you tonight to talk about the PUD layout, you know, the zoning. The zoning, you know, obviously, we would love the whole thing to look like the estate piece of this, which is adjacent to our property versus the 140 homes. That's very, very characteristic of this area and the rural nature. However, given the A2 and where it is where it is. So the biggest issue now lies, of course, with the traffic. There's access to Thibodeau Road that's being proposed. There's also access coming in through Tammany and Alexander Ridge. So a little history on the development. It started out as the St. Scholastica Priory, which was institutional. That's that overall Terra Maria, Alexander Ridge, and others. That has been reduced from institutional to this high-density development that we see today. And it was at first promised to be retiree homes. So now, as you can see, it's coming into the rural areas, into the woods. And one thing we ask is that it stay self-contained and the traffic continue to go through Alexander Ridge, not to Thibodeau Road. Thibodeau Road, 16.5, 17.5 foot wide. I know y'all don't want to talk traffic patterns and such, but it is important because it's a long, narrow road. It could consume all the impact fees. And so we'd like to draw a line in the sand tonight and say, keep it going through Alexander Ridge. Whenever that was first sold to us, it was supposed to stay self-contained and not come through as being proposed. You know, so that's the other issue. There are bigger issues with traffic, and it'll come out in the traffic studies at Lee Road and Stafford Road and Palm Plaza. This continues to add to that same debacle. You know, every time I go through that intersection, I don't know if I'm going to live or die. So we made it here safely tonight. I don't know about next time. So that's the one thing I want to bring forward tonight, and ask that the PUD be denied until the traffic can be worked out and not have it access to Thibodeau Road.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is David Buquois. I'm a follow-up to Jean-Michel. We feel that Thibodeau Road will be helpful, the widening of the road will be helpful for the residents, primarily profitability of the developer, but does nothing for the greater impact of the areas, such as the Lee Road and Stafford Road intersection at Palm Plaza. Developer already has approved access through Terra Maria, through which he built Alexandra Ridge. Now, when you get to Palm Plaza, something has to be done there, because that's going to be a big mess with the added traffic. Thank you.
Did you fill out a speaker card?
Oh.
Would you please do that? Thank you. Mary Ann Loeffler.
My name is Mary Ann Loeffler. I currently live on East 10th in downtown Covington, but we own land directly across from this proposed development where my husband and I intend to build our home, hopefully in the next year or two. I just wanted to state our opposition to the requested changes on the basis that this proposed development does not match the surrounding community. The area is rural and largely undeveloped or controlled green space. And I understand it isn't the concern of the developer, but I do believe that traffic should be considered when voting on the change. Lee Road particularly, where it meets 1081, like other people have mentioned, is highly trafficked, it's dangerous, it's busy. If the plans for this development are accurate, or if they go through with the original proposed plans, there are gonna be 400 or 341 homes built in Alexander Ridge when it's complete, which means a possibility of 682 drivers, if you're thinking of 2 drivers per household, being added into that situation. I just think it's gonna be dangerous. And I believe that the job of the zoning committee is to protect current established communities while allowing for smart and compatible growth. And as a member of the community, we're looking to y'all to protect the land and the spirit of the area that we love. That's really all I wanted to say. I wanted to thank y'all for your time and for your wisdom. I know that y'all take a lot of things into consideration, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Marshall Loeffler? Marshall Loeffler,
They're not here. They're not planning on speaking. Sorry.
okay.
They asked me to represent them as the next.
All right, Diane Gidry? Good evening.
Good evening. I respect the decision-making and the thought that you gentlemen put into it. What I would like you to consider is that you drive the same roads that most of us do, like 190, or even 21, or going across Tyler Street. And you know that the roads are perilous to drive, not only because of the traffic, because of the condition of the roads. And what's happening, because there are so few cross roads, that they're having to block traffic at night and doing what I would consider a Band-Aid fix. They're having to just put blacktop, rolling it down, so that the next morning, some traffic can get through at least that hole. They're not considering what the situation really is like. I live in Terra Marie, and yesterday morning, I had an appointment at Oshner. I left before 7. I exited the Terra Marie subdivision on 1081. And then I got to the intersection on 437. The traffic was backed up from the light on 190 to the street before River Road, where the Abbey connects. I went immediately to the next street to cut across and get to 190 to see if I could get, across and go that way. On 190, from the light at 437, was backed up to the intersection of where Walgreens is. Now, I realized this was prime time, and I realized that sometimes we can take our trips at alternate times in the day when the traffic is not heavy. But when you're trying to get to a doctor's appointment and then have to go all the way to the intersection of Walgreens, go past Covington, go out towards the Covington High School, and then come across to get to Tyler, by weaving through subdivisions or whatever to streets to get there. And, you know, leaving before 7, my appointment was at 8:40. And I walked in the door at 8:40. And so I would ask that, just as you gave the courtesy to the situation that they're having on Dove Park, that you would give all of us the same consideration of, let's put the structure and the state of our roads, the infrastructure, prior to developing more. There are many houses that have not been sold and have been developed. They're ready to be sold. We need to encourage that people consider what has been sold, not sold, instead of adding more before the infrastructure can handle it. And so again, I ask that we be given the same consideration to either, most of us would like for it to be denied, the zoning be denied. I feel that the people who are with me are against the proposal, and I think some, I don't know everybody who's left in the audience, but I think there are others who are against the proposal. And if they filled out a card, you'll be able to take a tally. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. All right, the next card I have is Terry Chastain.
Yeah,
Yes.
I plugged it in. I actually plugged it in advance.
I'm walking slow because I had knee surgery Wednesday and I'm not supposed to be on my legs. But it's so important that we be heard that I had to come. Now, I would like to ask everybody to take into consideration the fact that we have all these houses in Terra Maria. When Mr. Lapicola put in the first part of Alexander Ridge, we didn't go against him. And then we found out there was gonna be over 100 houses, and I thought, well, that's a lot for this little tar road that they're talking about 5 acres. We lived for 2.5 years with Mr. Lapicola supposedly taking care of the road with a thing in the road with a cone on it. We had to go around it. They just filled it in, with a little bit of something and took the cone away. We've lived with the house there. He told us when we gave him permission to go under 40, to go over less than 55 years old, he said, he was gonna put this, this center and a pool and all this. Well, that never happened. So then this time he said, yeah, we're gonna put the center and the pool and now he's saying, I don't have the money for that. Well, he hasn't had the money for anything. There was a little girl that got off the school bus, and if I came home in time, I'd pick her up and bring her home. Because she lived back in Alexander Ridge, and the school bus couldn't go back there. They can get around now because it's all one street, a circle. And if we can just take some time and plan a little better, I think this would be a better solution. Instead of having to come out on Terra Marie or Thibodeau Road, why don't he build a road to Smith? All our roads, they're just little tall roads. And they talk about 16.5 feet on Thibodeau. Our road's not that, it's not that wide. It's not 16.5 feet. Now, I appreciate everything that everybody has said, but we really need some help here. We moved out here, we're older, and we have not been treated the way we should have been. We're a very private community. We love being here, and I would like very much for everybody to consider the fact that we can't have 600 cars coming out of Terra Maria when right now we have, what, 100, 200, and it's still over capacity? Please reconsider and don't vote if you don't know the facts. Go look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got one more card, John Berrigan.
I'm from Tammany too, and I just want to give a quick to Terry. She's right. The people from Thibodeau want all of them to come through by Tammany. Well, that's 600 cars, and when we built that community, it was Archbishop Hannah's desire to have it as a retirement community, but the developer, asked if we would lower it so he could develop back there. And through processes so we did allow it. However, we didn't think we were going to get 600 cars coming by us either. And so that phase of Alexander was supposed to be the third phase of Terra Marie. Now, 600 cars, connectivity is a circle. All those houses are built in a circle, and they're all going to end up on one street, and that street that's going to connect 4 to 3 is going to end on that street, and if you don't use Thibodeau, they're going to come down. Now, when they come in, I get headlights at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because back of my house, my bedroom, where the pond is, faces those streets that come in to Alexander Ridge. There's no buffers. There's no buffer. Now, we're not connected to them, but they would like to think we're connected to them, but we're a separate entity, and there's no buffers between Alexander Ridge and us. So we're separate from Alexander Ridge, though they would like us to be part of Alexander Ridge, but we're not. We're a community of 55 and above. And we just want to not have 600 cars come down passing us all the time. Yes, we're private properties, but we don't ride around in our cars and in our community just ourselves. We got to get out on the road. So, we do go out on the road, and it is dangerous, not just for us, but I stand with them that I wouldn't like to see Thibodeau get it either, but I'm sorry my friends over there in Thibodeau don't want to stand with us. You want it all to come down our way. I was kind of surprised about that. But I don't think Thibodeau should be used as an exit either. And as Mr. Labacola said, they do have a house right up to that property, and they do have a house that extends to Smith Road. It's easy to go down Smith Road. Maybe it's better to put it out down on 1082 because that's not used that much. And it goes right down to 21. 21 goes right down to 190. There are other ways. They don't have to be this way. There are other ways. This is the cheapest way, yes, because the roads are there. But it's a development. Maybe we ought to look at it and see where these roads ought to go. There's got to be another place. And I thank you for your time.
Okay.
And I hope y'all have a good night.
Thank you. All right. We will go into the rebuttal phase. Ms. Lopicchiola?
Kenneth Lapicola, 21056 Smith Road, Covington, Louisiana. A little description of the Terra Marie roads I don't think is totally correct. We have all 20-foot streets inside of Terra Marie and Alexander Ridge. They are a private community that has their own road maintenance fund that was set up by me over 10 years ago. So they would have the funding to do all their own overlay. All the streets in Alexander Ridge are 20-foot streets. And just a little bit that we do have a few of our residents here in the audience that do live in Alexander Ridge and are enjoying it and would like to see a continuation and an addition. I will have my engineer, Eddie Powell, talk about the traffic count of 600 cars We don't know where that is coming from. There's so little traffic generated out there right now that that I've never seen that many cars in an entire day out there.
Hi, good evening. Eddie Powell with Kyle Associates, 638 Village Lane North in Mandeville. While traffic is not a typical, engineering function at this stage, we did take it upon ourselves to go ahead and do some preliminary counts out there right now of the Alexander Ridge and Terra Marie neighborhood, the Alexander Ridge Phase 3. And we've seen quite significantly lower traffic than what the trip generation would normally show due to the age-restricted nature of Terra Marie, as well as just due to the demographic that is moving into Alexander Ridge Phase 3 that they're expecting in Alexander Ridge Phase 4. We'd like to just state, too, that the connectivity to Thibodeau Road as well as Alexander Ridge is good planning to have multiple outlets and inlets for the development. So we feel that that's appropriate. Thibodeau Road is no narrower or any wider than most typical streets, parish roads in the area, including Smith Road that was discussed about tying into. We are aware that the state is working, has plans in the works. I don't know exactly where in the works, but it is the state, to deal with Stafford Road and Lee Road interchanges and all of that. I think we've even actually been in conversation with the state representative for that area about that work. So that's out of the parish's hands, really. That's more of a state function to deal with that. We would be required, as y'all all know, to do a traffic study when the time comes and be required to abide by whatever that is. DOTD is going to require it because we're going to impact Stafford Road, and the parish is going to require it. So whatever comes of that study, improvements that are necessary, we would be, as the developer and the engineering team, responsible to do those improvements. Overall, I mean, there's been talks about a better plan. We think we've come up with a really good plan, a really good use of the site. It's environmentally friendly. There was some question about drainage earlier. This is one of the better, if not one of the best sites that I've had the privilege of designing drainage systems for in this parish since I've been here, since '07. And the Alexander Ridge Phase 3 is working wonderfully, and we fully expect Alexander Ridge Phase 4 to do the same. It will meet all parish ordinances that relates to the 25% reduction of the pre-developed 100-year storm, which again will all be discussed at the planning and engineering phase of the project when that time comes. I think I've hit on everything that I wanted to. If there's any other questions, we're here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you've got a minute and 10 seconds.
Good evening. My name's Gene Joanna, and I'm at 14366 Highway 40, Folsom, Louisiana. And I usually don't get involved with residential developments. Majority of my work is big land, impact statements, but I took up the opportunity to get involved with this one because I think it's precedent setting, especially for St. Tammany Parish along the watersheds. There's an opportunity here to connect habitats, and looking at this watershed in particular, it plays into some plans that have already been in the works by some forward thinkers. And it's rare you see a potential conservation easement or a dedication through a PUD like this that's even 50-50, let alone a 2-to-1 or a 30 to 33 to 66. And if you look at the restoration down the road versus now, it's better to embrace this type of development now and hopefully get other developers to do the same thing.
Thank you. All right. The opposition? Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you. Good to see you again. So just a few rebuttal items, which won't take long. There's the comment made, seems like a few times, that Thibodeau Road is the same as other parish roads. I can tell you, you cannot pass one another at the design speed of 25 miles an hour. A standard road is 20 foot wide in the parish. This one's 16 to 17 feet wide, and it's not going to work as is. So that's the plan, is to tie into that road, and that's not a good plan. So once again, I'd say don't tie into it until we see where this is going. On top of it, you know, to widen a road, it will cost a lot of money to widen a road. There are right-of-way issues. It's not a full width right-of-way the entire stretch. So it's land acquisition as well as widening the road. That's going to take time. So we worry about this being pushed forward and ignoring the other issues as far as traffic goes that on Lee Road and other areas that, you know, the widening of the road is going to not occur in time to support construction traffic. I'm sure they're going to run the construction trucks down our little road versus the new subdivision roads. So that's, you know, this access to off of Thibodeau Road is a big concern. So with that, like I said, I wish that the PUD layout plan, if we could have a cul-de-sac for now until this can be studied further, let's hold on the PUD plan or have it revised before you approve it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. You need to come to the mic, please.
Tom Husser on Demas Jenkins Roads. Listening to all this issues about the traffic flow, if you dump out of Terre Haute on the 1081 and dump out Thibodeau on the 1081, you haven't solved anything. All those cars are still on 1081. You go out Smith Road, you have options. You can go to 1081 or you can go out 21. To me, going out on Smith Road gives you a heck of a lot better options for the whole community because you've got more passive egress. You link it to Thibodeau, you're still stuck with that entire loop going on to 1081 and all that congestion.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm Dennis Joseph Bourgeois Jr. I live on Royal Pine Drive, 20084 Royal Pine.
Okay.
I'm an outdoorsman. I'm out at all hours, day and night, frogging, going hunting. I hunt further north. I also go fishing early in the morning. There's no time that I have come out on Lee Road that they didn't have some traffic. And I'm talking any hour of the day and night. I also work offshore, so I leave early to go out there. It is utterly ridiculous to not develop the roads before we develop any houses.
All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Diane Guidry, 237 Lourdes Lane. I've heard a lot of statistics, but I haven't heard anyone address the quality of life. And I think most of us came to this sleepy community because of the quality of life. And I know that you are restricted by, again, statistics of how it has to be done. But when does someone with the authority to do something do it for the quality of life instead of the dollar? Thank you.
Thank you. You folks have 1 minute and 26 seconds.
The entrance into Terra Marie and Alexander Ridge off of 1081 is not 20 feet. It's a one-way coming in, an ingress, and then there's a neutral ground, or a medium, if we say, and an exit for one cars. I mean, you know, the width of a car. You can't have two cars passing on it. So it's not 20 feet. It's a regular 8 feet for us to come in, and then there's a medium. You go around the fountain, and you go out the exit. Now, that's all I'm saying. Now, there might be 20 feet going into Alexander because they have to pass each other, going in and coming out. But the entrance to and through Terra Marie is not. It's one way in and one way out. And then there's a construction road of pebbles for the trucks to go up. They finally, from the last meeting of the council meeting, they finally do let the construction trucks are going down the road that they're supposed to but they come out and go down the exit road, the
Okay.
pavement. Thank you. and
Thank
have
you.
a good night.
Yes, sir. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah. I probably won't be able to reach the microphone.
We'll,
but I'll
we'll get
try
it
and
down.
talk
We'll get
loud.
it down for you.
Can I hold it for her?
Yes.
That's okay. Can everybody hear me?
Just come
I
a
got
little
a
closer.
big mouth. Mike Drury, 20690 Thibodeau Road. I think the main concern, I know when I lost everything in Hurricane Katrina, it took us about 5 years to look through St. Tammany Parish to find a piece of property that was locked in and it would not subject me to being in a subdivision anymore because I just didn't want to be in a subdivision anymore. And that's why I had, I guess, invested quite a few $1 million into the development that I have now at the end of Thibodeau Road. The main concern I think that everybody has here is the fact that they're going to lose the access that they've had as an independent and be surrounded by this subdivision. The main ingress and egress points of Thibodeau Road for us is a very thin or narrow road, and like a lot of people have already expressed a concern, I have a collection of race cars. And when I put my race cars into a trailer and try and get up to that road, it's almost impossible for anybody to pass me, and I'm only 9 feet wide on our trailer. But there's a lot of other subdivisions. I grew up with the Crosby family that did the sanctuary. When you look at a lot of the other Beauchene, and not so much Beauchene, but Country Club, Defunct Country Club estates and stuff, huge subdivisions that have country clubs, that have golf courses, have huge development of a lot of people that live in it. They have one primary ingress and egress to get in and out of those communities. So the development that we're seeing, and if you go look, they've got a lot of property that they could just widen their ingress and egress points and not come in to Thibodeau Road. And I think that's probably one of the main concerns that we all have here, because you are obviously representing us and the developer in the middle, and it's been brought up to acquire the property and the cost to developing and widening this road for the parish is going to be a lot of money and a lot of time. So I would close with that and ask you to probably just go drive that road yourselves and see what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That ends the rebuttal phase. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Any of the commissioners wish to speak? Commissioner McInnes.
I put a lot of thought into this proposed project. You can tell that the developers, the Lapicolas, took a great care in protecting the Little Bogaflaia River and the wildlife habitat there, buffers around the whole property. And the map looks great, a lot of green, but it's in some ways like the previous project in that there's, when you dig deeper, there's other issues that still are there. We're going from A1 to A3 on 3/4 of the property.
She amended that to A2.
Oh, it is A2?
It's a big deal.
Well, that's better. If you look north, east, and south, the density is still much less. It's a mile north of the urban growth boundary line. Now, I know that's not hard and fast, and it's, I'm sure, needs updating, but the pattern of development we have is changing the character of this area in a very rapid way. I have driven out there into the Phase 3 Alexander Ridge. It is a very circuitous route getting in and out. And if I lived in the proposed Phase 4, I would be going to Thibodeau Road. I would not be going through Phase 3. So I think it would be, I think Thibodeau Road would be the primary route for all those homes. You know, if you look, this is an extremely iconic region of St. Tammany. You're starting to get into the hill country, the horse farms. I would just like to see density and designs that are more similar to what you have in the estates part of the plan. I for one would like to see the plan tweaked just a little bit more and to be a little more creative as far as the housing design while keeping that great buffer and green space that you have.
Thank you. Commissioner Crawford.
Just a couple of comments. Along the lines of the previous, previous PUD that we looked at, this is an excellent design. It's an excellent project. It looks very good, just like the last one. Very good project. I could see myself living there. It's great green space. It's a huge buffer. It seems like everything we've heard from everybody revolves around the traffic, and I can certainly understand that. When I looked at this the first time, last meeting and before the community meeting, the first thing that came to my mind was, this is going to be a bear to get in and out of. I envision myself living in the new PUD and trying to make that circuitous route that was just spoken about by Nell, and it didn't look like something that I would be very happy with. When we look at going to Thibodeau Road, from everything that we've heard from everybody here, that seems like that's even a greater problem for the amount of homes there. Now, the second part of that goes through my mind is the developer can build right now about half of the amount of homes without coming and asking for anything. So you could experience traffic from 60, 70 homes without any need to ask anybody permission for anything. So whether that's going to happen automatically, regardless of what goes on tonight, we have no say in that. And whether that traffic would go to Thibodeau Road or it would go through Terra Marie, we have no say in that whatsoever. So I just want to bring that point out. I'm not prepared to make a motion or anything at this point. I just wanted to throw a couple of comments out there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rushore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first thank the Labacolas for making that zoning change. I mean, when you went from A3 to A2, that's much, much more consistent with what's going on in the area. I like the design. I like the intentional protection of our river systems, of the green space, of the wildlife. You put a lot of effort in. This is solely, so from a zoning standpoint and a land use standpoint, I think you're spot on. The problem is our infrastructure, and it's the same problem we're going to have on every one of these that we deal with. And I'd like to see if we could find a solution that moves us off of Thibodeau Road, or let's improve Thibodeau Road. And I do not, well, this is me talking. I'm not a councilman. I'm not your elected official. But I suspect that developers in the future, in lieu of impact fees, are going to have to come to the table and help fix some of these roads. And I mean widen them and create infrastructure if you want to develop. That's not a requirement today. That's not a requirement that them coming before us, but it's a big consideration for us when we're looking at, you know, how do we handle traffic? Now, the traffic that the state's got to handle, the traffic circles and all that stuff that's coming, and I believe it is coming, it's just never going to be as quick as our timeline. The issue we have to deal with today is a road like Thibodeau Road. And for me, that's the biggest concern. If we weren't And look, connectivity is a good thing, and having multiple entrances and exits is a good thing. That's what proper planning should be. But in this particular case, it sounds like we have a substandard road. And I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to turn around and say Thibodeau's substandard, but it sounds like if it's only 16 feet wide, and this gentleman back here's got a trailer that comes out that's 9 feet, nobody else is going either direction. And when you've got that many cars, that's a problem. Again, it's not, we're going to get into the traffic phase, we're going to get into the drainage phase, we're going to get into all of that at the next level. But right now, I'm really interested to find out if there are other options in the PUD that we can move that traffic in another direction until we can solve this problem. And I don't know if the developer can make any comments on that to me to help me get more comfortable with it. Would he be willing to come up and answer that question?
One thing I wanted to point out, part of what you said is we measured the Thibodeau Road along with several other similar parish roads, and they were all very similar widths, about 18 feet, plus or minus. There might be a little bit 17 and a half here or there, what have you. But all the roads, the Smith roads, Penn Mill Road, a few other roads in the $1 Million Road, all those are all about the same widths of roads. Don't disagree that there's, global infrastructure issues, but we feel, again, that having the interconnectivity of two locations, what the Alexander Ridge Phase 4 PUD allows us to do is have two outlets. We can split up the flow between the two, connection points, as opposed to the way it's zoned currently, which you'd pointed out, is all of that traffic, the conceptual plan that we had put together for sort of a what if the zoning remained the same, we actually would put more traffic on Thibodeau Road, because it all would go to Thibodeau Road, because there'd be no way for us to connect to Alexander Ridge Phase 3 to plot out the lots the way that the zoning currently requires. So it would be a matter of, we'd be actually putting significantly more trips on Thibodeau Road, leaving it the way that it is now. So again, we feel like having the option to go both ways would allow to distribute that traffic better. As far as the condition of Thibodeau Road, again, it's along the same lines of a lot of other roads. So I don't know how you deal with that. Consider. So did we.
Well, thank you for that. Again, I haven't gotten out there with a tape measure, but I'm just relying on what we're hearing, and that it seems like it's, close to substandard. It may be getting by, but is there any, just out of curiosity, is there any other options, any other road options going to Smith Road or any other that y'all considered?
Kenneth Apicola again. I don't see that we have any other viable options of going north to Smith Road. I think Smith Road does not need another driveway cut on it. I think that's one of the problems with Smith Road. Nice thing about our development, we'd have one driveway cut onto Thibodeau Road, and we would work with the parish if there's pullouts or shoulders or other means of improving Thibodeau Road. We absolutely would work and come up with remedies of passing, if there are some narrow areas. I think surely we could work that out. We do believe that right now, under full construction of Alexander Phase 3, with our new sewer plant that's just being finished right now, with our last phase of our development, I wish some of my residents that live back there would testify on how little traffic we're generating right now.
Until you put that road through.
Hold on.
Hold on.
No. Would a few of my residents stand up and testify how much traffic are we generating? Y'all standing in your yards every morning, full-blown construction, activity everywhere, and there's hardly not a car.
They need to come to the mic if you want them to speak.
Wait. No, I just want, I don't want to, we're not opening this up again to the public. I asked a question, was there another option from a route? And that's all we can talk about.
We could acquire other property, but we would be having the same probably obstacles with other neighbors. And We really believe the reason we're able to ask for the A2 is, and we only have 5 estate lots, is because we are geared towards our empty nester market. That is what is giving us the 99 acres of green space and allowing us the PUD. If we went to the larger executive homes or the A1 zoning that allows a house and a guest house, all that would go on Thibodeau Road. That's the way the zoning is right now. That would create a huge traffic nightmare because we keep so much of our traffic during development on site and in site. If we weren't doing it as a comprehensive development, every driveway, every 19 mansion with guest house, those trucks have to go down Thibodeau Road to bring that dirt. We're not generating it on site. That is the traffic nightmare would happen if it's not done in a very comprehensive fashion the way we're proposing it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reese.
First of all, this, is there any watershed issues here that the parish has identified in this watershed? Any long-term, has it been studied, the watershed at all for the Little Bogafilaya, that whole watershed? Is it, you know, there were parts of the parish where the watersheds, there were studies done a number of years back, and I just wonder if that's one of the areas that was done or not. And I'm not so worried so much about the area right there, but as we go downstream, usually that's where the problems show up. So is there, does anybody from the parish, can they tell me, is there a study been done in that area or not? And the reason I say that is we talked about retention ponds and the installation of ponds and stuff at other places. There were some places that were identified around the parish for them, and I just wondered if this was one of the areas that you know of offhand that, you know, there was something needing to be done that needs to be considered at all.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, but I would have to verify with engineering department.
Okay. The other question I have is there's a document in here that I meant to ask in the last project, but I think it sheds some light on our issue here. It talks about environmental assessment data form, and it's signed by the developer, and it was in the last one. And it talks about causing an unwarranted increase in traffic congestion within or near the subdivision. Well, I haven't seen one yet that says yes. So what is near the subdivision, and how do they, who makes this determination whether it's a yes or no? This is a document, we say we can't talk about traffic, but it's included in our review. And my question is, who decides this? And is this that nobody's done a traffic study supposedly, but yet we can say no, that there's no unwarranted increase in traffic? Can somebody help me with that?
Bill?
This is a document that is, a document that is required to be provided as part of the planning and development overlay.
Okay, but this is done by who? The developer? Signed by the developer. So my question is, how does he come about that answer without a traffic study? And how broad is the traffic study?
It
I
is.
signed that document as
Okay.
the engineer for the developer. We're not required to do a traffic study at this point.
I understand that.
However, anticipating these discussions, we took counts at the entrance of Stafford Road to try to get a handle on the entrance, the Terra Marie Alexander Ridge entrance at Stafford Road, to just get a general handle on how much traffic's being generated.
So at
during
the entrance?
At the entrance, during the peak times. We came up with counts, I'm trying to check my notes here to make sure I say this correctly. We came up with peak hour counts in the AM of 30 trips on a particular morning and 47 trips during a peak hour during the PM. Then what I compared those to is what, based on the number of houses that are currently occupied with Terra Marie, there's 72 Terra Marie. At an age-restricted senior, there's a formula.
Ma'am?
Can you finish, please?
Ma'am?
I'm going by the plat. So there's 72 in Terra Marie based on these, basically an age-restricted formula that alone would generate 42 trips in the AM and 35 in the PM. Then the current lots that are occupied, and correct me if I'm wrong, is 57, and that would generate 50. So basically, in total, in the AM, on paper, we should be generating 92 trips currently in the AM, and we should be generating 98 trips in the PM. We're generating 30 and 47.
So my point, I apologize to you, wasn't looking for your.
No, but that's
the
okay,
depth
but
of your
that's why
study.
I'm able to feel like I can say
My point being
that.
is, we keep talking in these meetings, we can't talk about traffic. Somebody's talking about traffic in these documents. And to me, if we're saying there aren't problems, but we're only looking right next to where we live, and I'm hearing people talk about the same type of issue we talked about earlier here, the problems are more global, it's the sum of the problems. It's not the one place all on its own causing a problem. It's the sum of the problems. And so when we say we can't talk about traffic in zoning meetings, I think we're not being fair. And so my point, that's the point I was trying to make, is in a lot of cases, they might not have done as much work as you have determining at least your subdivision, but they've checked no. Okay, and and there's issues on this same check sheet about drainage and environmental issues. And we say we can't talk about drainage, but yet we got a document that's included in the zoning. And in my opinion, that opens the door for us to be able to discuss it in this meeting and deal with it. And so that's my only point about having it in here. I agree with some of the things that are really nice about this subdivision. I like the huge green space that you've created along the river. I think that's exceptional. I think the roadway through the other subdivision, connecting them, I don't see anybody using it if the Thibodeau's there, if they're in phase 4. I do see the people that live in there going to use being able to have access, if it's allowed as part of the thing, to have access to all that green space would be terrific for the people that are already in there. I think it's a great plus, but it still doesn't address the greater concern of traffic in the area. So that's all.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, I don't see anyone in the queue.
I'll speak.
Commissioner Richard.
No, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tell you what, if we use traffic in our community, which we all live in, and the current situation we're in now, as the sole reason whether or not we should approve development, then I don't know why we meet. I mean, then there should be nothing that's ever approved. And I understand we're all frustrated. But I can assure you, if this parish stops growing, we will die. Where jobs will go away, et cetera, et cetera. This is a good plan. If we need to, I still feel like we have a traffic issue we need to address. And I would like the developer to consider maybe not opening that second entrance until such time as it can be addressed. But that said, what's presented before us today, I'm prepared to move for approval of each and every one of these requests. I think they've done a good job. And as amended with the A2, again, I appreciate that. If it wasn't for the A2, I probably wouldn't feel this way, but I don't think we've gone overboard, and I think there's enough support for that particular zoning classification. So I'm going to make a motion to approve. The first one is it 2016-155ZC?
Right.
I guess we'll do it individually.
Right. All right, Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
I'm going to second the motion, and I agree with a couple things that were said. Yeah, we have traffic issues, we have drainage issues, we all know that. There's no question about that. But until we give an opportunity to the developer or landowner to show us how they can help fix that, we're stagnant. So just because they get a zoning change doesn't mean they can go build what they're anticipating today. But I think we need to give them an opportunity to show us how they can correct issues. Thank you.
Ma'am? All right, we have a motion and a second on 2016-155-ZC to approve. Any further discussion from the commission? Please vote.
No. 2, 4, 6. Passes.
Yeah.
Motion to approve passes.
Thank you. All right, next item is 2019-1753 ZC. That's changing the existing zoning from A1 to A2. It's 98 acres. Do I hear a motion? Commissioner Richard.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Richard. Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Any further discussion? Yeah, motion to approve as amended, right?
Correct.
Okay,
You said it correctly, by the way.
okay. Please vote.
The motion to approve is passed.
Thank you. Next item is 2019-1754 ZC. Existing zoning is A3 suburban. The proposed zoning is planned unit development overlay. It's 141 acres. Commissioner Richard.
Motion to approve.
As amended, well, it doesn't,
No, this
no,
is-
this one's not amended. Okay, Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Any further discussion? Please vote.
It did not pass. It does not pass.
Okay, so,
Dave didn't vote.
okay.
It did
Well, I vote yes, so that means it passed.
It does pass, okay.
Explain that for some reason.
What came up on the screen was 5 yeas and 3 nays. But my vote did not record. I'm Doherty. So you see across that there was a no vote. I did vote, and I voted yes, but for some reason, the system did not pick it up.
Okay, so motion passes.
So motion passes on this. All right? Now, you folks have the right to appeal to the council, and the forms are over on the right. Thank you. Next item is 2019-1712-ZC. We're gonna hold up just a minute and see if folks wanna leave or what.
I want to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. No, you can't leave.
I just changed my clock, so I'm gonna get up at 4:30 tomorrow. Sleeping. When to get up? No. Just changed. Is that what time you usually get up? Yeah, to go work. Get up at 5. I can call y'all. I can call y'all. When I leave the gym at like 6:25, something like that. You know, I've done an hour or more.
2019-1712-ZC. This is item 7 on the agenda. An ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code, Section 130-1264, relative to permitted uses in PF1 Public Facilities District to add a new permitted use private nonprofit animal services, including but not limited to veterinary clinic, kennel, boarding, grooming, animal training, dog park, crematorium animals only, and pet cemetery. This came to us by a council motion dated 11/7/2019. Staff?
Staff is not completely opposed to the proposed text change. However, I'd like to point out to the commissioners that in 2019, the same text change or similar text change was in front of you to remove the use of crematorium. And staff definitely has a concern to bring it back, although it's only for animals. It's under a private nonprofit animal services. It's still a concern to bring the use back as a permitted use under that particular zoning.
All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against on this item? Mr. Shane? Okay.
Jeff Shane, Jones Fussell Law Firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, 70433. I represent the North Shore Humane Society and also a property owner by the name of St. Tammany Memorial Gardens that has been donating property to the North Shore Humane Society on Harrison Road, if you're familiar, not too far from where the Humane Society is currently located. We asked the council to sponsor and forward this legislation. It does a couple of things. Number one, it allows a private nonprofit to operate within the PF1 zone. Then, as indicated by staff, it also provides for a crematorium possibility, but as to animals or pets only. I think it also includes the dog park use as well. So the reason that we made the request is that if you're not aware, well, you have seen me at the podium on this project for other parcels that we have zoned PF1. We've sort of been doing it in a checkerboard manner. St. Tammany Memorial Gardens is a gentleman named Mark Lewis who's literally donating the land to the Humane Society. And their hope and dream, if you have been involved with any of their fundraising or other activities, is to build a new facility. So they believe that facilities of the future for people like the Humane Society, they want to have the opportunity to provide all of these services. So this was somewhat tailored by the private sector, but we went to the legislators, if you will, the council, made our case, and they believed, I shouldn't say they haven't acted on it. They have only referred the matter to you. But I believe it's fair to say that the council is disposed to consider this amendment, and it's for those good reasons. And the Humane Society is currently in a capital campaign with hopes of breaking ground in the not too distant future so that they can have a new facility and provide these set of comprehensive services. So we would ask that you would consider recommending approval of this amendment to the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against on this? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Seeger.
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve is passed.
For some reason, my vote's not recorded.
And you voted to approve? Okay.
Yeah. All right, next item, item 8, 2020-1768-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning as A3 suburban district and adding a manufactured housing overlay. Parcel located on the south side of Oak Street, west of Beach Street, and I-10, Slidell, Ward 9, District 12. It's .11 acres. Petitioner is Damon Cousin, and owner is Damon Cousin. Council District 12. Staff?
Staff doesn't have any objection to the request as it adheres to the petition property's future land use designation. And if I'm not mistaken, an email was distributed to you in regards to some opposition to the request.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cousin here?
Yes, sir.
You want to come forward? Of course, we see what you're asking to do, but I'm gonna let you explain it maybe a little bit better. Go ahead.
Yeah, simply bought the property with a 60-foot trailer on it, but it was in disrepair. I was not aware that I could not take it down. I took it down in stages because I was doing it alone with a friend's help. We removed the trailer, finally got it done, and we're looking at options to replace the trailer. Took too much time, and was informed that I needed to seek approval through change of zoning to now replace that trailer, the same trailer. So we're really just going back with the same trailer that was there. On the street, there are 7 improvements, 6 of which are mobile homes. So we're not doing anything different. We're really going with the same size trailer, same makeup, just trying to improve what was there.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak for this change? All right, we'll take the opposition now. I have a card here from Penny Schuler.
My name is Penny Schuler. I have a house at 38175 Oak Street, which is right down the street from there. When this subdivision was plotted, it was like in the 1920s, but no one sold the property till Bill Garrett sold it in 1975. I've owned the property since 1975. At that time, he did let mobile homes there, and the mobile home that he dismantled was left over from Katrina. I also have some pictures. Some of the houses back there, as you can see, they were repaired after Katrina. And after Katrina, they said that there'd be no more mobile homes. The houses did get repaired, and people are living in them. I can show you pictures of the mobile homes that were back there. Now, this one was allowed after Katrina, which shouldn't have been. People are living in this. They're not tied down. There's no skirting. They're in disarray. We've got mobile homes you can't even see because of the trees that have been abandoned back there from Katrina. And that's when we came to the council and said no more mobile homes. I can show you and pass these pictures around. Also, the streets, when it was plotted, the streets are only like 16 foot wide. And when these mobile homes were brought in, they were brought in across other people's property because you can't make turns. So to bring in a new mobile home would create a big problem making turns. This subdivision also has one way in and one way out. And when mobile homes were being moved in, nobody could go in or out for a couple of hours until it was on the property where it belonged. And that was one of the reasons why this committee stopped us from having mobile homes back a long time ago. So there haven't been any new homes since, except that one, since Katrina. And we really don't want any more back there. Everyone else has been building homes. There was another lady, Linda, she lost her home, a mobile home during Katrina, and the council made her build a home. So it wouldn't be fair. She couldn't bring in another one, and she built a home, a nice home, and I don't think anyone else should bring in mobile homes.
Okay,
But
thank you.
there's other people.
Who told y'all that they couldn't have any mobile homes?
The council rezoned it, that there'd be no more manufactured homes back there.
I don't think we've got a zoning like that, do we, Helen?
Well,
Well, we do, but we don't, okay?
okay.
every subdivision or every lot where a mobile home is located must come before the commission and get approval to locate a mobile home.
Unless they were grandfathered in.
There's
Unless
been
they're
none since
grandfathered in.
2006 back there. And when Linda came to get one, they denied it, and she actually built a home.
Well, okay. But
So,
it's just,
and we have height restrictions back there too, but there are so many rules being broken with the mobile homes that are back there. You can see for yourself, they're not tied down, there's no skirting.
well,
The
they're
pictures are
supposed,
just, I'd
every
love for
mobile
you to look
home
at them.
today in this parish that comes into this parish, they have to be tied down and they have to be skirted,
They're not.
okay? So, you
But the
know,
homes back there, the
that's-
ones that were built are nice, and they're being kept up.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Gerald Schuler?
Jerry Schuler also reside at 38175 Oak Street. And from day one, we were told there'd be no mobile homes, so I don't know why they want to push one in there now. It's not zoned for, it's in a flood zone. We had 7 foot of water for Katrina back there. It's not made for mobile homes. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Clifford Schuler.
Hi, my name's Clifford Schuler, live at 56243 Beach Drive. I'm actually on the corner of Beach and Oak, right where I'm adjacent to this lot. There was a trailer there years ago, before Katrina. It was destroyed. The trailer he's talking about that he tore apart, it wasn't his. It was, he bought the land because people back there, and I was skeptical too. I didn't want to rebuild after Katrina. I own a big 2-story brick home there. But I was told, well, the only trailers coming back here anymore would be the ones that are grandfathered in. The ones that would. Now and all of a sudden, and that's how it's been lately. But even those, the people that brought back trailers that were there, that were grandfathered in, they're not being kept up. It's falling apart. It's making our property value drop. And I pay daily taxes back there, believe it or not. And I honestly, I do not want to look out my window and look at a trailer. You know, I mean, it is what it is. You get told one thing, I'm to the point where I'm sorry I rebuilt. I should have relocated.
Okay,
Okay? I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I thank you.
These just don't want to speak.
they don't want to speak?
Everybody else just asks. is there
Okay.
anybody else?
All right, that completes the,
Yeah, if anybody else,
yes, ma'am. You've got time, come up and,
Please look at these pictures. These trailers are not skirted. These trailers are not tied down.
well, that gets into a completely
That's
different
code
ballgame. It gets into code enforcement, okay? And Helen, you know,
Well,
I'm
what's
gonna
gonna stop-
depend on you to,
Okay, but what's gonna stop this man from pulling a trailer in and the same thing happening to me again that happened during Katrina? A trailer that wasn't tied down, hit my brother-in-law's house, messed it up completely, 2 of his homes over there, and then hit my house and messed my house up completely, and then hit another trailer and actually blocked the whole street in the whole subdivision.
well, I can't tell you what did or didn't happen back then. You're telling me what happened, okay? But today's rules and regulations say that every trailer must be tied down and must be skirted,
But they're not.
okay? Well, I don't know when those trailers went in, okay? So, I mean, I've asked, Helen to get with code enforcement, and if y'all, you know, give her the pictures and the, address of these,
Who am I giving pictures to?
Helen, the lady there in the beige,
If you would like to file a complaint, you know, feel free to call me in the morning.
I work at 7 in the morning to 6 at night. Give me your phone number and I'll have someone call.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay? All right, anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Rose Shula. I live at 56218 Beach Street. I also had a trailer before Katrina. And when it came time after a certain amount of time, we had so much time that we could replace it with a trailer. However, we didn't have the money to replace the trailer till after that deadline. We also were told we could not park a trailer, that we had to build a home, which we did, which we paid to have it raised 9 feet off the ground. We built a 2-bedroom home, quite modest. But when this was passed, that no more manufactured homes, we all rejoiced. And because we do not want any more mobile homes back there. As it stands, you park a trailer on a 50-foot lot, and, they're right there, and then they come with another one. And we haven't had much respect back there as constituents. We feel like the forgotten neighborhood. And since we've all adhered to the change that y'all made, we're here today to say we would like to honor that change that the panel made when they changed that zoning. And we would like it to stay 8-3, no mobile homes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Gonna switch it over to rebuttal. Mr. Cousins, do you wish to address these folks' concerns?
Not trying to upset anybody. I just, and I didn't know that they had any trouble with problems with people in the past or anything like that. Really just trying to improve what I bought. I own property in Slidell, and I take pride in having improved each one of them the way it was supposed to be done. I don't plan on bringing trash. That's not who I am. If it's supposed to be skirted, it'll be skirted, and if I have to do it myself. I looked at the subdivision, and there are 32 improvements total, and 24 of them are mobile homes. So I made an investment based on what I saw. And there are 3 businesses, unauthorized or not, that exist within that subdivision, and one of them looks to be a car repair service, whether it's unauthorized or not. Another one seems to be a towing company. I don't know what they're towing or what it is. There are some lots that only have sheds on them, and other lots where they really just store boats. They're not improving the property because, given the values, they would be upside down with what they have to do with the base flood elevation, building a site-built home. So my objective is to improve what I see while being economically responsible with the investment. But at no time do I plan on bringing trash or disrespecting any of the neighbors by doing the wrong thing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We're going to the rebuttal phase, so you folks that are against, do you have any further comments?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, sir. One of the problems too, and when it's not just trash in the neighborhood. I mean, not everyone who lives in a mobile home is trash. We did not mean to intend that. But getting a mobile home in and out that subdivision is difficult. as I said, years ago, they would go across empty property. You can't do that now. It's not gonna make the turns. You have 16-foot wide streets. Is that not true? And the problem is you have one way in and one way out. And as he said, up against the front of the subdivision, there's businesses, and they block that street all the time. It's difficult getting in and out. Moving a trailer or a mobile home into that subdivision is a problem. Also, the streets, we were assessed for those streets years ago. We paid a lot of money for those streets. And they're not in the best of shape. Moving all that mobile home, you're gonna destroy the streets too. You have big open ditches back there. You don't have nice ditches with curbs. So moving that in and out is gonna create problems also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Clifford Schuler again, 56243 Beach. Look, the biggest problem we had, and look, I got nothing against mobile homes if they maintain properly. Some of them look better than homes, in my opinion. The biggest problem we have back there, people after the storm collected their little FEMA money and replaced their mobile home with another mobile home to become rental property. They falling apart. It's trash. I'm sorry. If you go, she has photographs. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's making our property value just drop. I mean, would you want a mobile home next to you that's rental property and people don't care about it? They just tear them apart. They don't cut grass. They don't do nothing. It's pitiful. It really is. And I wish you'd really think about this. Because I made a grave mistake by repairing my home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal? Yes, ma'am.
First, it's no disrespect to Mr. Cousin. He looks like a fine man. I'm sure he's a fine man. We just would like to try and grow the community without the mobile homes. You know, I could bring up other issues which aren't y'all's problems because we have a lot of trailers back there, but they're abandoned. There's no one living in them. And, you know, that's, you know, part of the disgust also. I just want to reiterate, we built a home after Katrina because zoning was put in place, no mobile homes, and we wanted to respect that. And I would just like y'all to hold that zoning.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address.
My name's Gary Schuler. I live at, it's 56218 Beach. This place he wants to put is across from my house, okay? I'm not opposed to build a house. If he wants to improve the property value back there, build another house. What does a house cost opposed to a trailer? I built mine. I know what I spent. Just build a house. We don't really want a trailer. I pay a fortune in taxes. It's hard, and I don't have a problem with it. I just feel like I don't want a trailer where he'll pay no taxes and I pay a fortune in taxes. A house, build a house.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one get up, I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Randolph.
Yes, sir. This too is a very, very unusual situation, and I just wanted to let the residents know that because of where we are now as it relate to modernization and keeping everything up to code, this is one of those situations where anything that is brought in there now has to meet parish code. Whether it's skirting, whether it's having a platform, the height, whatever, it has to meet the parish code. I know the area, and I know this family. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of impressiveness on what's coming in there, not just because of I know this family, but because I know there's a standard of living and a standard of life and a standard of respect. And this is something that is privy and also is doable in the area, and I move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Randolph to approve. Do I see any other? Commissioner McInnes.
I just have a question, I guess for staff, or Mr. Randolph, if you're familiar with the area, but what is the flood level? What's the flood height in this area?
5 foot.
And would there be requirements for elevation of the mobile home?
Helen?
The mobile home would have to be elevated at the proper elevation that is required by FEMA. I do not know exactly what the elevation of the land is in that area.
So right now, we don't know, sitting in this meeting, what the base flood elevation is in that area, okay? Which is very common for us sitting up here, not knowing what the base flood elevation is on every piece of property in the parish. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Randolph. Do I hear a second? Commissioner Seeger.
Yes, I have a question first. Mr. Kuzan, can you come up to the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
Are you planning on putting a new mobile home on this?
Yes,
or
sir.
A new one?
Yes, sir.
And will you be using it for yourself or family, or is it a rental unit?
It's an investment property, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I second that motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve 2020-1768-ZC. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion, how will you, you voted. The motion is not passed to approve.
The motion failed. Mr. Cousin, you have the right to appeal to the council. The paperwork you'll need is over here on the end of the railing.
Thank you, sir.
All right, item 9, 2020-1769. Existing zoning is A2. Proposed zoning is HC1 Highway Commercial District, parcel located on the north side of US 190, east of Raymond Road, west of Linwood Drive, Lacombe, Ward 4, District 7. It's 2 acres. Petitioners Karen Mathis, owners Karen Mathis. Parish Council District 7. Staff?
The petition site is surrounded by residential zoning designations on the north, east, and south side of the property. A zoning change would allow for limited-scale commercial uses that are inconsistent with the surrounding residentially zoned property, and for this reason, staff is not in favor of the requested zoning change.
All right, thank you. Karen Mathis, are you in the audience?
Yes.
Good evening to you.
Good evening.
It's past my bedtime. I don't know about you.
Yeah. I know. I'm usually, I get up at 5:30 usually before I retire, and I'm a nurse anesthetist. But anyway, my grandparents bought this property in Big Branch in the 70s, in the late 60s, because of putting my horse over there. Lots has changed, and Big Branch is changed. So at this point in my life, I want to sell the property, and I've had it up for sale for a few years, and it hasn't moved. So all of a sudden, these people, someone's interested in buying it, but doing something different. Well, Big Branch, have La Provence across the street that they're redoing. The people to the left of me, I know for sure from other anesthetists I've worked for, they rent the place, so it's, it's rental. And the area has changed. It's not. They do have some houses, but it's not like something that you'd say this is completely out. So that's why I wanted to come here, and since I had this couple that wants to buy it and do something a little bit different, then I said, well, let me see if we can do that, because like I said, mostly because of the way Big Branch has changed. It's not the same. It's not just a residential, little sleepy area. So I was hoping, that we could get this okayed so that I could do this and, with the prospective buyers.
All right,
With something a little bit different.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor? Yes, ma'am.
Kelly Fisher, 664 Cambronne. I'm in favor for it. I actually represent the buyers of the property. The original purchase agreement was asked for it to be an industrial zoning to I-1, just because what they want to do is just create, I think she'll be able to explain it better, but it's boat and RV storage, just like a small 30, 40, nothing huge, nothing out of like a crazy building with a huge business. But that's what they want to do for it. So I believe it has to be industrial for them to do that, which is in the purchase agreement, so I don't really know how we'll make it work. I am for trying to rezone it into something. I'm just not sure how to.
Well, what the request is for HC1, which is
HC1,
highway
yes.
commercial.
I believe what they need is industrial, which is what we wrote a purchase agreement for, is that the sale was contingent on rezoning to I-1. I'm not saying that, we'll not try to work with it, but we ultimately would love for it to be amended to I-1, but I don't know if HC1 wouldn't even go through. I doubt I-1 would, but, so I'm not really sure what to do at this point with it, but that's kind of where we stand. I mean, maybe you'd have more insight as to if they could do what they wanted to do on commercial, but from what we were told when we called and inquired about it, was that it had to be industrial with what they wanted to do because it was boat and RV storage.
All right, let me ask staff on this. Helen?
We would like to suggest to maybe postpone this case because there's some research that needs to be done, and maybe we need to contact the owner or their representative to see exactly which zoning would be preferable for that site.
Okay. I think that would be appropriate. Ms. Mathis, did you understand? Is postpone this and let's get straight on what the folks are asking for and what zoning class it would actually fall in?
Right. I had spoken to Aaron about that. He had said that possibly some other, what was it? You had said neighborhood commercial?
We said the neighborhood commercial might be less intensive and more appropriate for the area, but she hadn't decided which one she wanted, which designation, and they get more intensive as they go up. So I think it would behoove her to table this and then speak with Jimmy Davis
Okay.
and see what he would support.
Let's postpone this with your permission. Okay, and then you can get with staff again and be sure that we've got the right zoning class with what you want to do.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this? Okay. Ma'am,
Ms. Fisher.
the lady in the white jacket, we need to get a speaker card. Okay? All right. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? All right, Commissioner, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
There we go. Okay, no, I'm glad we're postponing this. I'm familiar with the area. I live down the street in Lacombe, and definitely a highway commercial would not be appropriate there, I don't believe. So I hope we can work something out and find a neighborhood or something like that, neighborhood commercial. So with that, I'd make a motion to postpone until the next meeting.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Crawford to postpone to the next meeting. Commissioner Randolph.
Second?
Second by Commissioner Randolph. We got admin 2 up on the queue.
You can promote it. Just,
I've got you up, but,
it's okay, you can cancel.
huh?
You can cancel it.
Okay, it's done. All right, we got a motion and a second to postpone till next month's meeting. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to postpone till next month's meeting is passed.
Look at that.
No vote, it's not blanking.
I don't know.
It didn't blank
I was a yes vote.
Reflect that Commissioner
Doherty
voted yes.
Okay.
All right, next item, 2020-1770-ZC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning NC5 Retail and Service District and RO Rural Overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 40, south of Sharp Chapel Road, north of Fairhaven Road, being 22318 Highway 40, Bush. Ward 2, District 6, it's 5 acres. Petitioner's Andrew Albin. Owner is Mary Lou Albin. Council District 6. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan designates the site to be developed with residential and agricultural uses. The purpose of the NC5 zoning is to provide for the location of small-scale retail services near residential neighborhoods. Note that the objective of the request is to allow for the existing food store to become a legal conforming use.
Andrew Albin, are you? Good evening, sir. It's been a long night.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lance Albin. I live at 81489 Berkshire Road, Bush, Louisiana. And I'm up here representing my mother, Mary Lou Albin, who owns the property in question. And as the staff said, all we're asking is that we bring the existing food store, small grocery store, into conforming use. The piece of property in question has been an operating community grocery store for 61 years. My mom and dad built and opened this store in 1958. They worked it until December 31st, 2004, when they retired. And since then, they have been leasing out the property. Someone else has been operating it as a community grocery store. So it is the retirement income for my mother, her lease money off of this store. December 31st of this year, the tenants who had leased the property for the last 15 years, they retired, gave it up. So in us doing some painting, changing the floors, getting it ready for her to try to lease it out to a new tenant, a friend of ours who's in the real estate business, we asked him to look if he had any clients that might be looking for a store or something to lease. And in looking at it, he told us, or informed us, that the property wasn't actually zoned to be a grocery store there, that it was residential. So that's what brings us here tonight. Just to let you know, the property on the south side that adjoins it is a fire department, and the Lee Road Water Department is the 5 acres next to it. There is a 893-foot long, 6-foot high chain link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire on top of it. that the fire department and water has that runs the whole length of the property on that south side. The area we're talking about, there's a 14-mile stretch of Highway 40 that runs from Barker's Corner to Bush. This is the only grocery store on that 14-mile stretch of road. I think it's important to our community. I think it needs to be there. It's certainly convenient for folks, and that's what we're asking for tonight. I don't think there's anybody in the community who's opposed to it. I think most of the people who live there have been used to this being a store their entire life, and I'll thank you for your time. I think we have maybe one other person that wants to speak, and I don't know if there's any opposition or not, but I do think we have a neighbor here who wants to speak.
Thank you. I've got a card on Harold. I can't read the last name.
Dutch.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Harold Dutch. I reside at 78295 Dutch Lane, Covington, Louisiana. I'm a superintendent of Fire District 6, the fire station next to them, and also manager of the Leroy Water System, which is the next property back there. Like I said, the store's been there my whole life, and I think that, you know, other than just changing the zoning thing, I mean, it can continue on. They're good neighbors, so that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anyone in the audience wish to speak against? I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Seeger.
Miss Mary Lou's been in existence since before I was born. Miss Mary Lou, everybody in the community knows they go into Mary Lou's. Forgive me for not saying miss. I'll motion to approve this recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Commissioner Crawford. Second by Commissioner Crawford. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you. I don't have obviously any problem with it. My only concern, or something that we may ought to chat about, is that it looks like the store is on the very front of the property, and we're talking about 5 acres, so we're gonna have 5 acres of highway commercial. Somebody could come in and put something a lot larger there.
NC5.
Oh, it's NC5? I thought it was, oh, okay. I apologize then. I misread it. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Pulled a David on that one.
Thank you. Yeah, it is.
Commissioner Randolph.
Sir, I miss it.
I'm sorry, did,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve has passed.
Picked up that time.
Yeah.
All right. All right, next one was withdrawn. Item 12, 2020-1782-ZC, existing zonings A3 Suburban District, proposed zonings CBF1 Community-Based Facility District. The location, parcel located on the north side of Indian Village Road, east of Indian Mound Lane, and west of Old Pearl River, Slidell. Ward 8, District 13, it's .24 acres. The petitioner is Alan Walker. The owner is Alana Peltier, Amos McManus Sr., Derwin McManus, Sonia Mayo, and Rosemary McManus. District Council, District 13, staff.
The 2025 future land use plan designate the site to be developed with residential uses. The objective of the request is to allow for the site to be developed with a swamp tour business. Staff is not completely opposed to the request. However, the small size of the site brings concern regarding the possibility to meet the required setback and other parish requirements.
All right, Alan Walker. Good evening, sir.
Believe it or not, Mr. Chairman, it's past my bedtime too, but, I have been, asked to come here on behalf of the McManus family, and myself, they wish to develop this little spot into a swamp tour for a couple reasons. One being it's sentimental as well. It was one of the first areas, probably argumented, you can make an argument as one of the first swamp tours in St. Tammany. It was Swamp Monster Swamp Tours owned by their father, Mr. Roy McManus. I have been working closely with the planning and development crew. It's been a pleasure. I had a pre-development meeting the other day. I have been doing my best to abide by all rules and regulations and ordinances of this parish, and I'll go beyond a call of duty to make everything, as perfect as I can and abide by your rules along with the parish. There are some discrepancies on the size. I've been working with J.V. Burks for months now, civil engineer. I spoke to Miss Kim Rodriguez again today. She said the site measures out at 0.5964 acres, but that includes the waterway as well. On the meeting agenda sheet, it states that it's 0.25, and then on the revised meeting minutes I got from Aaron, I think it was Friday, it's listed as 0.39. The concerns are the size of the spot, but I'm not trying to, start a big giant operation here. I have 2 boats, 20-foot long. Between the 2 boats, I'll never have more than 22 passengers. Going through the ordinances with Miss Aaron, it's noted that in that area you can only have 15 passenger vans, one 15-passenger van. If it was, if I was able to work with you guys, and hopefully I get to continue to work with planning and development on this subject, if I could get one 25-passenger van, there would never be any cars down there. I operate a swamp tour right now. It's a 6-pack tour. It's called Beyond the Bayou. We got 5-star ratings all across the board. We rated number 3 in the state out of all 55 operations. We operate in a very environmentally family-friendly, culturally based way. We do not feed wildlife. That's one of our big things. I have been working closely with the wildlife and fisheries, and I would like to go over some of the action items with you guys just to cut to the nuts and bolts so you can move on. If somebody has something to say or pose, we could take it from there. On the action items, the parcel layer shows that it's 2 sites, 2 parcels. I spoke with J.V. Burks again today and asked them if they had that full parcel. Not quite sure if they do yet. If they don't, I'll resurvey it if this does get past you guys. The applicant will need to submit a site and landscape plan stamped by a licensed landscape architect which meets STP code. I'm working with RCI on that. They are capable of do that. They would love to do the job. Also with J.V. Burks, the BFE will need to be determined. Note that CBF 1 requires a max height of 45 feet. I think that's a misprint. I think it's 4.5 feet. That was reiterated today to me by Miss J.V. Burks. And she said the base foot elevation in that exact area, I gave her the address, she said the base foot elevation, she does not think that's right. Probably a 9 or 10 foot actual elevation. It sits at 5.2 right now, according to her records. And they are the company that surveyed it originally in 1974. The Pearl River is a scenic river, and the applicant will therefore need a wildlife and fisheries scenic river permit. I am working with Mr. Chris Davis of the Wildlife and Fisheries and have been with Mr. Kenny Reback for some time. And that is correct. If I'm going to build a dock out into the waterway, that is not the case in this situation. We went through that. Him and I looked over the map today with the Google Earth, and the dock could actually be 16 feet along the bank where 2 boats can pull up to it. And he said I would not need that scenic permit. But if I was deciding to build out, being that it's a private, the whole area is private, that it wouldn't be an issue. He don't think it will. The law is that it has to be 100 feet from the river, but depending on the size, I would do it. He don't think I need the permit, but I said if I need the permit, I would get the permit. But I'm not building out into any waterway. So applicant will need to contact LDH for specific water supply requirements. I have done that with Mr. Jacob Hafner, and we're working on that as well. Up in Baton Rouge, he was referred to me by Ms. Gretchen Seymour from the staff. Applicant will need to contact DEQ for specific requirements. I'm also working on that with also Jacob, but I talked to a Miss Kim Quartz today in the DEQ, and she said the stormwater construction permit less than 1 acre, I would need no permit. So I would qualify for that, but if I need a wastewater treatment plant, I will need a permit, and that would be determined. If I have a connection to city wastewater treatment, I don't need a permit. So I've been working on that as well. Provide a drainage and site plan prepared and stamped by the LA licensed engineer. Again, I'm working with J.V. Burks on the runoff, the 25-year storm, and all that. So I'm really working hard on this. This is passionate, and I'm very passionate. I'm a 30-year captain. I can compare this site to a nearby site. It's working on 0.44 acres. It has 7 boats sitting alongside of it, backed up to a public parking lot. So I'm not looking for any favors. I'm looking to do it right. All I want to do in this area is beautify it. I want to follow every direction you guys give me and make this a beautiful little spot. The family wants this to happen. Their land is being overrun by people dropping trash off, a lot of drinking. You can go out there and find syringes. The other day I almost called the cops. I thought this lady was dead in her car. And so I'll run all that out of there. This is going to be a community-oriented based operation, and I want to be a good neighbor. Nobody has yet to tell me that they don't want me there. In fact, the land backed up to it is owned by Mr. Joe Malone, who owns the Indian Village LLC, and he actually told me he wants me in the neighborhood. He would be the only guy to complain, because to the side of me is the CBF1, and then you have the river, and then you have the property adjacent, which is also marshland, that eventually goes into Gator Lane, but you know, it's all wooded. You can't see from Gator Lane to the site. So I would really wish for it to be zone CBF1, even if you guys did not grant me the right to run a swamp tour there, because that is the family's wishes. And whatever they would do it from there, you know, would be up to them and you guys to proceed. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You guys have a great night.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of this change? Anyone wish to speak against? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Beth DeWinter. I live at 118 Kendrick Drive in the River Road subdivision, and it's the subdivision in which Mr. Walker's proposed swamp tour would fit. Oh, I've already got a card up there. You should have a card for me.
Oh, maybe we do.
You should have lots of cards up there. This isn't the first time that we've come before the council, the commission. We have been here in 2017 and in 2018. Indian Village Road should be a protected road. We contend that any expansion of commercial activity along Indian Village Road, which is a very narrow road, no shoulder, deep ditches, prone to flooding. In fact, yesterday I went down to the end of Indian Village Road to look at the property, and part of the property, major part of the property, was still underwater. I had to drive through water on Indian Village Road just to get down there, to look, to see what it was like. When I found out that Mr. Walker was proposing a business at the end of Indian Village Road, I sent an email out to the neighborhood. And what I've given you today is a compilation of all the answers that I received from the neighbors in River Oaks. And they are almost universally against any commercialization on Indian Village Road. You have agreed with this in the past, and we are asking you to please just realize the business is totally incompatible with life on this road. There was, at one time, a swamp tour operated. It was in the 80s. And the residents, I didn't live there at the time, but the residents did band together and they asked for restrictions. And Wagner's Swamp Tours no longer was allowed to operate in a purely residential area. There is a piece of land across from where Mr. Walker is talking, and it borders the West Pearl River. It's a piece of land that before Katrina had a double wide, a restaurant and bar, and it was demolished in Katrina. There has been no commercial activity at all on that property since Katrina. So it's lain fallow. People from other parts of the parish, people from the neighborhood will sometimes drive their trucks and launch their boats into the West Pearl, but nobody pays to do it. The road is a public road, and its terminus is right there at the West Pearl River. I would strongly ask you to, I know how passionately Mr. Walker feels about developing this on a very pretty stretch of the river, but he would violate everything that we hold dear along Indian Village Road and in River Oaks. We do have people here who live right next to where the business on Indian Mound, where the business would be located. And they are not in favor of living next door to a swamp tour. We don't think Indian Village Road is an appropriate road for the kind of traffic that this could generate. Two boats can go to more boats. How often do the boats go out? So how many trips will be up and down Indian Village Road? It's a congested road now, just with local traffic, school buses, garbage trucks. Additional traffic would be detrimental to the entire area. Please vote no.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak against?
Good evening. My name is Warren Hahn. I'm a retired banker here in St. Tammany. I live at 61 Doubloon Drive in Slidell. I just want to talk for a minute, and Beth covered it pretty much, but Indian Village Road runs from US 190 and it dead ends in the Pearl River. If there wasn't some logs set up there, people would drive, and they have in the past, drive right into the Pearl River. It's the only way in, only way out to River Oaks. It's our only ingress and egress. And very narrow, all asphalt. When we had, several years ago, back in the 80s, when we did have a swamp tour operation. I spoke against it at that time, and one of the problems we had was that they were having buses, and buses were coming in, diesel buses, and they would bring in people to go out on the swamp tours. And the problem that we really had was that they don't turn off diesel buses. So while the people were out on the swamp tours, the diesel buses just would run and run and run. And from a standpoint of traffic, from a standpoint of the road being narrow, as Beth said, the road right now is underwater as you get closer to the Pearl. It came up about 3 blocks from our house, and it's about, down by the river, it's about 3 feet deep. So that doesn't work either. So we have a number of people tonight that are against this operation, and hope that you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 cards up here
How you doing?
that, just a moment, that they didn't put a name on them. One of them has an address of 149 Indian Mound Lane.
That's me.
Okay. You turned in a new card, or?
I knew I didn't have a name on that one, so I
Okay.
was gonna submit another one. If I gave two, that's.
Yeah,
What's your name?
we'll get your name on it. What's your name?
Mary Parks, P-A-R-K-S.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, then we've got another one
This says 230.
that just has the mailing address 230 on it.
We turned in a handful of cards. I don't know where they.
Well, no, we have more cards than that. This is just one that has no name on it.
Or no address.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, sir.
How you doing?
All right.
My name is Eric Yates. I'm going to bring a little bit different perspective to this. I am a partial landowner at 141 Indian Mound Lane. I am a board member of the Indian Village Campsite LLCs right across the river, and I am a board member of the Indian Village Parking Lot LLC, which is the parking lot that the gentleman was talking about that he claimed there was some problems with. Well, number one is that owning a piece of property at the bottom of the river or at the river, there may be 1 or 2 people down there that drive down there and do things in the middle of the night. We don't know. We don't have any control of that. We have had, I hope they patrol that area. We've had problems with that on our own cars being busted into when we're staying in our camps. But all that being said, the biggest problem with this proposal is that there's no parking. That is the biggest problem. The gentleman said, I'm going to have 2 boats with 20 people, 22 people on each boat. That's 44 people. How many cars are coming with 44 people? Where are they going to park? The only place for them to park is in the middle of the road where people are launching, okay? On the other side of the road is our property, the Indian Village Parking Lot LLC, which when we bought the Indian Village campsites from the Fritchies, we bought the Indian Village parking lot so that we could park there because we didn't want to park in the road. So we built that, when we bought that property, and that's where we park. Now, we wish we could do a lot better job at that, but right now we've only brought in 12 tandems of rocks to that parking lot. And every year that we've done it, they just sink down into the mud. But has anybody ever been to Indian Village? You really need to go there. It's the best we can do right now, and we're hoping to do better this year for the parking lot. But I guess what I'm getting at is that there is no parking. It's a very, very thin piece of ground. In the late 80s, when the Swamp Monster Tours was there, we were there. I was living there, okay? I remember the diesel buses throwing all that diesel out. I remember not being able to park, and back then, the difference is from then to now is we have 40 years more people moving there and living in that area. The population has grown even more in the last 40 years. So please, please consider this. Do not do this, okay? Do not allow this to happen. It's just going to muddy things up, and it's going to be a bad deal in the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, we got him over here, right?
Okay. All right, he didn't want to speak.
Ask if there's anybody else.
Is there anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
21 seconds.
Got 21 seconds.
My name's Mary Parks, and I live at 149 Indian Mound, which is the loop, the first loop they're talking about right outside of the proposed boat swamp tour. Sorry, I'm not a great speaker. But let me just say that I'm appalled. I moved there 4 years ago from Memphis, Tennessee, to a serene, beautiful, what I thought was the end of the road, which it is, the end of the road. I never in a million years thought that this would become anything commercial. The little piece of pie that this gentleman is referring to, it's not big enough. It absolutely is not big enough. And no matter if it is or is not, I moved there, you know, everybody's been talking about road width and traffic and this, that, and the other. I moved there to retire and for serenity. He's proposing a 15-passenger van. Okay, is he saying that the only way you're gonna get to this swamp tour is via his 15-passenger van? How are you gonna stop other people from coming down there? You have to have facilities, you have to have bathrooms, you have to have so many things to run. And I'm a nurse. I have nothing to do with construction, nothing to do with, you know, road management or whatnot. I am simply talking about preserving a pristine and quiet area for people who want to live and retire and not have, you know, a commercial business at the end of the road. And as far as talking about what Mr. Yates was referring to, and he implied that it was a terrible area and that people went down there and did drugs. Yes, like anywhere in Louisiana, you're gonna have these little side roads, areas that people that are up to no good are gonna seek out to go do no good. But we as a neighborhood try to monitor that. Recently, we have called the sheriff's department because of suspicious activity. We do our best to keep that area as safe and quiet as possible. And I beg you, please, do not approve this. I really want to retire there and live a happy, quiet life, and I am vehemently opposed to anything commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any more?
No, doesn't matter, we're out of time. We got rebuttal though.
Okay. The time has expired on initial presentation. We'll go to rebuttal. You want to come and address some of the issues that were brought up?
You got 5 minutes.
The very last thing I want to do is come here and disrespect any of these people. I know where they live. I'm here on behalf of the McManus family. It's their private land. This is what they want to do with it. It was a swamp tour. It measures out for plenty parking. I've been sitting with these folks here for some time, and based on our calculations, I would need 9 spaces for 22 people. That's 2 boats, not 1. So it has plenty of parking. There already is an LLC down there. I consider that commercial. The man just told you about their campsite, you know, Indian Village commercially LLC operation. Why should you discriminate against the McManuses that's probably been there longer than these folks and give them a CBF 1 that butts up to his property that he wants to beautify? He wants some income on it. He wants it to be respected like he feels it needs to be respected, and he's coming to somebody like me that respects the environment. I've been working with the Wildlife and Fisheries I'm 52 years old, and if I had to name drop here, and if I had to call them here, they would say you're dealing with a very, very decent human being. Mr. Jack Monisset, I already run on the river, by the way, and I have a WMA permit, and, you know, I abide by the rules. I'm associated with the United States Coast Guard, Louisiana Wildlife Fisheries. I'm fully insured, I'm overinsured, and I have no reason to come to their quiet little place and make it not what they would expect. If anything, I'd like to be a good neighbor and contribute to dropping limestone on your property because it much needs it. It wasn't 3 feet when I've been there. I've been there every day. I grew up on that river. This is one of the highest rivers we've had in decades. So if you went down to the end of the river the other day and it was high, I agree with you, ma'am. I am here on behalf of the McManus family. This is what they want to do. If we had to come to a middle road like I've heard so many times tonight, and you got to know me, you would appreciate me being there, by the way. I'll go down to one boat. This is what the man wants. I'll limit it to 12 people. I'll do whatever. That's all I'm saying. I'm here based on what the McManus family wants. And as far as the bathroom facilities and all that stuff, the smallest footprint I could leave is the footprint I want to leave. You know, the proposal that I put to Aaron and Miss Helen, you know, with the walkway, the 2 restrooms, a handicap ramp to the bathroom office, don't need any of that. Everything's there. Matter of fact, everything that's there, I'm wanting to just refurbish. All those rundown boat sheds and stuff, I want to make them look nice, because they look like crap right now. They do. And people throwing trash on the property, Mr. McManus is finished with that. I'll put garbage cans out there with locks on them, and I'll empty out the trash every single day so you don't have a speck of trash on your land, Indian Village LLC. That's all I got to say, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
All right. We got.
Okay. Eric Yates. Y'all heard where I'm from a little while ago. Just a quick note about the LLC. Our LLC is not a profit business. Our LLC, we did an LLC to protect us from anybody coming down to the property, getting in trouble or getting hurt, and then suing us for everything we got. That's the purpose of the LLC. We do not run a business down there. We do not charge for parking. In fact, we try to get people not to park there. That's our big problem with this, is that the gentleman just said, and I respect the fact that you want to start your business. Man, I respect that so much, but you know what? The purpose of every business has started in this state, in the United States, is to what? Is to grow. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. I'll get one boat, then I'll get another boat. And you know what he just said? We're going to fix up the boat sheds that are in disrepair. Why? To put another boat. And more boats is going to come in. Right down the river, if y'all go down there to Highway 190, I think it's Highway 190, there's 11 tour boats down there. 11. They all have big motors. They all carry 20-something people, and they pass down that river twice a day. And then that's not including the guys at Crawford's Landing that have another 6 or 7 boats down there that pass in front of us. There's only one reason to go into business, and that is to grow your business. And we start with one. When I started my business, I started with 1 employee. Now I got 8, okay? So my point is, it's going to grow if he starts it, and it's going to get more traffic. It's going to get more congested. It's going to be a bad deal for the neighborhood. And please, again, I implore you to vote no. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Beth DeWinter again. I'm Vice President, River Oaks Homeowners Association. We adamantly oppose any commercialization along Indian Village Road. We've fought it in 17 and we fought it in 18. The only place that is commercial is on the corner of 190 and Indian Village Road. That's it. That's primarily on 190. And we have come to you in the past. You've listened to our concerns. I can understand the McManus family wanting to monetize their property. Please understand that we want to preserve our environment. We want to preserve our neighborhood. And by commercializing that end of Indian Village Road, it will destroy the ambiance of the entire area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say a couple more things just to wrap things up. He's, saying he's here representing the McManus family and how adamant they are, and this is what they want. Where are they?
Speak to
I'm
us.
sorry. It's a very large family. I feel like someone could have been here to represent them, but that's neither here nor there. He's talking about improving the area. If you go right around the corner, the very first house on the right belongs to Mr. Joe Malone, who owns the Indian Village Trading Post. His son lives in that house. Code enforcement has been called numerous times. It is the worst house on the whole Indian Mound, Indian Mound Lane loop that I live on. So if you want to improve something, you can start by getting the people that he says are his advocates to clean up the area. Because if that's an example of how this is going to run, I'm not for it. That's really the last thing. Again, I just want to emphasize before what I said about, moving down here for a peaceful life. And I don't see any advantage to this business at all. Thank you.
You got 47 seconds. Anyone else wish to speak? I'm going to close it to.
Say one more thing. No, because I said some stuff and I want to make some things clear. I grew up with Dora McManus. I grew up with Drew McManus, Mr. Catfish McManus, their father, and Miss Ruthie, their mother, okay? We all hung out that river together since we was old enough to run a boat by ourselves. It's a fine family. The problem is that there's not enough land down there to do what they want to do, okay? There's just not. It was proven in the late 80s. It's resurfacing now, and I didn't realize it resurfaced in the last couple of years. But that's the situation. And thank you for considering our proposal not to go forward. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close the item to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Fitzmaurice.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion by Commissioner Fitzmaurice to deny. Commissioner Crawford. Second by Commissioner Crawford. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to deny has passed. To leave, yes.
All right, next item is 2020-1784. We still have business to take care of, folks. All right, next item is 2020-1784-ZC. Existing zonings HC2 Highway Commercial District, proposed zonings HC3 Highway Commercial District, partial located on the southwest corner of Berman Street and Garrett Road, east of I-10 and north of Louisiana Highway 433, being 400 Garrett Road, Slidell, Ward 8, District 12. It's 5.2 acres. The petitioner is Granville Seams the third and Billy Seams. The owner is Garrett Motor Cars LLC. Billy Seams, Council District 12. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request to hear the next case, 1785.
You want to hear them together?
Together, if possible,
Okay.
since they're side by side.
All right. Yep, they are. Next, the item we're going to hear together and vote on separately is 2020-1785-ZC, existing zoning HC2 Highway Commercial District, proposed zoning HC3 Highway Commercial District, partial located on the southwest corner of Berman Street and Garrett Road, east of I-10 and north of Louisiana Highway 433, being 400 Garrett Road, Slidell, Ward 8, District 12. It's 2.15 acres. Petitioners Granville Seams III and Billy Seams. Owner is OST Dealership, Billy Seams, Council District 12. All right, staff?
The site is currently developed with many different uses that are compatible with both the HC2 and HC3 zoning classification. And it's also adjacent to commercial uses to the north, south, and west sides, and to I-10 on the east side. Staff does not have any objection to the request, and it's the same recommendation for the next case, 1785.
Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
You gonna tell us all about what you're gonna do, or?
Well, okay. Action Equipment Company is our new tenant in the old.
Come to the mic a little bit closer.
My name's Grant Sims, Billy Sims here, and we just rented the old Mitsubishi dealership to Action Equipment Company out of Florida, and they're a dealer of heavier vehicles, more industrial, and so the HC2 zoning didn't quite fit, and HC3 does, and so it's always been a dealership location, whether used, new, or whatever. In their case, they are dealers for John Deere and about 4 other companies. And they're a great company. And so it was suggested actually by our councilman here and staff that we make a move to go to HC3 to be conforming.
Okay. All right. The part just north, I think, of these two parcels,
Yes.
I think it's been used in the movie industry. Is that gonna stay as is?
Right now it is, yes.
Okay.
Movie sets is going to remain.
All right.
And
All right. Let's see. I don't see anyone else out in the audience, sorry.
Carl, you want to say something just to?
Anybody
I feel like I learned a lot.
You want a job?
All right. I'm gonna close it to the public since there's no one else in the audience and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Seeger.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Seeger. Now, this is 1784 ZC, the first one, right?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve is passed.
thank you.
All right. No, we got 2 more to vote on.
We got one more here.
All right, 2020-1785. Any discussion on that one? Commissioner Seeger.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Commissioner Randolph.
Sir, was that your 1956 Chevy I saw sitting out there the other day?
That's my partner's Chevy, and that device on the passenger window is actually an original air conditioner. You put ice in it and it blows the cold air. Yes.
All right, is there any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve is passed.
Y'all had, we're gonna put a flea market in there several years ago?
Yeah, back in 2010, the flea market, we just couldn't make it work.
Okay, all right. Good deal. I wanted to be sure I had the right folks.
You do.
All right. Thank you for.
Thank you, commissioners.
That's right.
It was instructive.
This is one of the longest nights that we've had as a zoning commission in many, many meetings, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 2020-1786-ZC, text change, ordinance amending the St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code, Section 130-5, definitions, to amend the language to add the definition of automotive sales. Staff?
As you can see, here, the objective is to add a definition of automotive sales under HC3, but also to add operational equipment. If you see, it's on the 3rd line at almost the beginning of the line, is to allow for equipment such as, tractors or small bobcats to be sold from an HC3 zoning property.
Where, just for my information, if somebody wants to, do automotive sales today, what is the zoning on that?
Well, it is allowed under the HC3 and the HC2. However, the
You did-
the definition was not clear, and basically, we wanted to make a difference between the HC2 and the HC3, but to allow also operational equipment to be sold from the HC3, which are,
Okay.
small tractors and bobcats, which are not allowed at this time.
Okay, thank you, Helen. I see no one in the audience that wishes to speak, so I want to bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford. Motion by Commissioner Crawford to adopt, Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Commissioner Randolph.
Should we?
Wait a minute.
Well, I voted too, I voted too, so. Yeah. I'm just asking, should we have voted on this ordinance, adopted this ordinance before we voted on the last, case? Just a
Mr. Chairman?
question.
The order in which it's approved has no bearing on the request.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we had to wait for him.
All right, we have, no new business? No
Wait,
old business?
we didn't get the,
All right, we gotta start over. Well, start, vote again.
Oh. All right.
Can't keep doing it now.
we had Crawford as the motion, Fitzmaurice seconded, but no vote.
It's coming. No, Seeger, Russ, McKinnis, they're making you vote again. I'm sorry. Yeah, she reset it. Drum.
Y'all said I hit it too fast, so I went back.
Here
Drum.
you go. Hit you.
Drum. It's approved.
All right, we have no new business, no old business. Do we have an adjournment? Excuse me. My goodness, the man himself. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I would like to ask that I'm sure everyone has received an email concerning Planning and Zoning Commissioner training that's going to take place in Slidell on March 14th. It's a Saturday from 8 to 12. If anyone would like to attend, please do. If anyone can't attend, we understand short notice and it is a Saturday. There will be additional training throughout the year, but if you can make this one, it'd be great. So if you have a form, if you need information, just let me know and I'll get it to you. I'll take it, sure.
You should have asked to talk to us at the beginning of the meeting. That's all I got.
Thank you. And I've already sent mine back in to Helen, I think it was. All right. Now, motion to adjourn. Good. Thank y'all.